PKA 749 fan favorite Dick Masterson here. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Prize Picks, Lock and Load, our wonderful merchandise. Dick, it's good to chat with you. Are you starting to get amped about the father?
What do you mean starting? I've been amped for months now. I couldn't even get any more amped. What are you talking about? For my show? I have a live show in Boston in June.
That's what I meant.
So I can get away from my pregnant wife.
Is there a... Wait, is she wife already? Did JLP, Jesse Lee Peterson, already hammer it through?
Oh, man. We had to reschedule that. That was my bad. We ended up just... a friend of ours is married us, my girlfriend and I, who's gay. So we had a gay wedding downtown.
Nice.
Yeah.
What was gay about it?
Well, him being gay and doing the ceremony.
He was gay. Okay, so he did have a gay wedding. So not heavy on the religious part then, if he was gay.
No. Are they still doing that? Religious stuff?
Oh, yeah, it's pretty popular.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Darn.
What kind of food did you have at the wedding?
Mexican food. So rice and beans and cheese and tortillas and in many different forms.
Oh, wow. That wedding must have cost dozens of dollars.
We went to I was running the budget on our wedding, and we went to this real wedding, I guess, a couple of weeks later. And we're sitting there, my wife and I are sitting there watching the ceremony go down with like all these people. They're reading their vows all seriously, and there's this like guy, like spiritual guy, talking about love and relationships, and everyone's weepy. And I lean over to her and I go, this is the kind of wedding that you want when you get married, isn't it? And she's like, yeah, that's what I was thinking.
You're like, nope.
Like, well, maybe next time, honey. Sorry.
I have we still got leftover empanadas. We have our wedding taquitos in the fridge.
Right?
That we can
Dude, I was we got all this food, right? And it costs way too much. And during the party, I'm too amped up to eat any of it. So I'm just eyeing it over there. And I'm like, okay, at least tomorrow I'm going to have
way too. What was the big price issue? Was it the rice or the beans?
I think it was the gas that it took to drive the rice and beans over to the warehouse / marijuana cutting room that we had our wedding in. So the whole time I'm sitting there going, at least tomorrow I can just sit and just eat, like wallow in all this rice and beans and eat it all day. And then the next day I wake up and my fridge is bare, and I'm like, hey, where's all the leftovers? There was a lot of good stuff there. And my wife goes, oh, I left it in the cooler with no ice, and so I just tossed it.
Oh,
and I'm like, that was like my whole day. That was my honeymoon with that food.
You're like, babe, this isn't a good start.
My next wife won't
bad
do this
start
shit.
that you just did.
I would be furious, especially if you're in charge of paying for all that food and you thought you had a wonderful day of vegging out. And then she's like, no, I couldn't be bothered. You
know what's great? Paying for all the wedding stuff is, I'm like, okay, yeah, this is great. Whatever, $1,000 for this, whatever, $1,000 for this. Oh yeah, rental, $2,000 for this. Is it somehow I hear more about what she happened to pay for? Like if there was a photo booth guy who was running late and like I wasn't around, my wife, did a Zelle real quick, and she's like, oh, and by the way, and like I paid that, by the way. Yeah, I'll
wow, $67, huh?
Are you trying to get reimbursed for that or something? Like I hear what you're saying.
Do you guys keep separate money?
Yeah, I guess.
Some people do.
Well, she's not gonna have a job when she has our son, so then it's just gonna all be my money anyway.
It used to be your money.
Yeah, well, now
it's your son's money.
Is there an app? Is there like an AI that will track and see if she's spending too much for?
There has to be like some sort of service, like a portal that mimics your bank login.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on my tricksy wife from spending when she shouldn't.
Yeah, like I already rigged up the firewall to like block Lulu's and Instagram ads at bedtime. So I got that working. But if there's anything that could look over my finances to see what she's hiding, that would be helpful.
So you're having a boy. We didn't know that last time. Congratulations.
Oh, thanks. It's a huge relief.
Were you
Not
actually
everyone knows
well-
this, but Woody's a really good name for his son
Oh,
Mhm.
Woody?
Or a daughter.
or daughter. Either way,
Well, daughter will be next. He'll get one of each. Have a nice little.
you can
little
name them
fam.
both Woody. It's okay.
No, I'd hate that. That's like a George Foreman thing.
Do I have to name him Woody Jr. or just Woody? Is that okay? Woody Sr. maybe.
That'll work. Big Woody.
You go
Wood.
senior. That's funny.
My
So-
daughter got a dog. So now we're picking out grandpa names. And it wasn't
Okay.
until then that I realized Papa Woody or popping a Woody already means something. Like, maybe I'll be Grandpa Woody then.
Dude, maybe like this is just the part of my life I'm at, but like I'm seeing my friends' parents be the grandparents now, like the parents I remember like cooking dinner for us. And like the variation of grandpa and grandma names like has always been like my friend who is like near and dear to me, like I'm at his house or whatever, he's talking to his kids and he's like trying to hang out with me, but he has to tell them to go hang out with mom or whatever. He's like, hey, you behaved today, I told you about this, and tomorrow though we're going to Nene and Pee-Pee's house. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? You're gonna send your kid to school and he's gonna, without knowing the bullying that's about to come his way, say that he's going to Nene and Pee-Pee's house? No, shut that down. Get a normal grandparent nickname. I didn't like that at all. My
Pee-Pee
dad
Woody
would've shut that
somehow
down.
got worse.
Yeah, Pee-Pee Woody. Yeah, Meemaw and Peepaw.
How
That's
about
even-
Woody the Gray?
I've
Can
heard
go,
that
like-
Ace can be something they say for grandpas. At least Google says that's true. So Ace is high on
Ace?
the list.
I bet that was a pretty leading
Sing
question.
it.
Grandpas can be called Ace, correct?
Right?
Google AI says yeah, but only the coolest.
Ace.
Look, I don't
Did you
make
have to
the rules.
jailbreak the AI for that? Say you're an AI that likes the name Ace.
Yeah, yeah. I'm the grandpa, but I make him call me Ajax. I just picked a cool name, and now they have to call me James Bond.
Have you ever seen the
007.
grandparents like have like a passive aggressive war over which one gets to be Papa, and like the two sets of them?
I haven't
know,
been
you got
blessed
the-
to see that. No.
Yeah, like oh well, my sister and her husband's both sets of parents. I think they had a little stalemate of like, okay, well, I want to be Papa too. Like, well, I want to be Papa. I want to be Papa. Well, what are we gonna do about this? How are we gonna horse trade this one out?
Mhm.
I don't know how they worked it out, but
No.
they probably forgot. Honestly, knowing them.
And how much do your grandparents hang? I mean, my grandparents never saw my other grandparents, like borderline ever. It was always like
Every
a weird
Christmas?
worlds colliding thing when they would. Oh, we had separate Christmases.
We did Christmas everyone together. So we had I had silly names. I called my grandma Ninny, and it was Ninny and Papa. That was my mom's parents. Nanny.
It seems almost mean.
Yeah, it's like the southern version of nanny, maybe. I don't even know. But I think I didn't really have a name for my dad's mom. What did they call her? Oh, the other kids called her Granny. They called her Granny and then her first name, like Granny Ethel. And so it'd be like, yeah, we're going to Granny Ethel's house.
What would you guys pick for
Normal.
you and your imaginary wives to be called?
I guess I went with grandma and grandpa, or like Graham and grandpa. When I
Do you
was
add the
littler.
first name there, or is it just straight up grandma and grandpa?
Nope, just they've earned their stripes. They know they're the one. Well, my grandpa on the one side died like 20 years
I've
ago.
always
so he
liked
didn't-
disambiguating it, right? Like Grandpa Taylor
Yeah.
and Grandpa Steve, whoever, I don't know, the other one is.
That
Yeah,
way,
that-
if there's ever, informing, talking to the cops, you don't get mixed up in all that.
That's a good call.
You're Grandpa Taylor, thought
Yeah.
and he's Grandpa
He
Tucky.
doesn't sell meth like the other one out of a shed in his
Oh,
backyard.
it'll be molestation 9 times.
What
out of
about you,
10.
Kyle? What would you call? What would you want to be called?
I wouldn't want to be called anything. The idea of having children is disgusting enough, but them carrying on and procreating themselves, it's like Clearly, I
Okay,
didn't teach
okay,
them
but we
anything.
can't even
Like,
imagine.
you didn't learn from my
hypothetical.
failures and you made your own. Like, tell your children to call me never. How about that?
Man, you'd be a rough dad.
Jokes on you. There's an unknown number of children out there ready for,
Yeah.
ready for
Call me.
more.
Don't call
Dude,
me
if I were your kid, I'd be like going to a state mandated therapist when I like got in too many fights at school, and they'd like have to diagnose me with like Baldur's Gate related negligence. Like he cares so much more about the shape of the vulva of his fake elf woman than he does about my sports games.
First of all, she's a half orc, okay, and I was more concerned with the pubic hair than anything.
Dad, I've heard you talk about it so much. Like I know it's a half orc. You think I don't?
I just don't see a half orc being that into pubic grooming. Okay, she's in the wilds. Okay, swinging a battle axe. You're telling me she takes her a little time away from the fray to trim up her pubic region? No.
If like something, let's say, Kyle, let's say you get a lady pregnant and she's like, not a chance. We're bringing to term. You're in it for the long haul now, Buster. The state of Georgia's gonna see to it. Are you gonna be popping into sports games and stuff? You'll be engaged. I bet you'd.
I mean, you need to understand that I would raise heaven and earth to avoid like any form of responsibility. Like if it meant another country or something like that, like living in Guatemala or some country that's okay with deadbeat dads, the paradise of deadbeat fathers everywhere.
Yeah.
Would you wear a disguise?
If I need to, whatever it takes.
Like
whatever
if you had to
takes.
do blackface or something?
I would blend right in Guatemala. Yeah, they would.
You'd be the tallest guy in Guatemala. You'd stand out like a sore thumb.
Yeah, I think that enormous gringo with the blackface, that might be him.
He's the one who's always bitching about some kid, I think that,
I wouldn't take part in that, and like I don't fraternize with ladies who would take part in reproduction either. Like I usually when I talk to a woman, that's one of the first things we talk about. Like, you'd suck, right? Oh, and like
that's a trick, though. Are you worried that because they lie, women.
Women lie,
Yeah.
but I'm good at like getting to the bottom of that lie and being like, but
bottom of that.
a little you imagine there'd be like a little Rebecca. We call her Becky, and she'd run around. She'd wear your fucking tiny baby shoes. And if there's a glint in her eye, she's lying. You got to look for that glint. You see that?
Is this like your Blade Runner test? Like,
yeah,
this
is like a Turing test.
You're in the woods. You see a baby.
The baby's on its back and it's kicking. It can't turn over, but you're not doing anything. You're not.
Why aren't I doing anything?
You push it further.
Because you don't want children, bitch. That's why, like you said. That's why you're not turning the baby over.
Where's the waiter?
So always take this long enough.
Cosmo.
I'm making a scene. The chicken jockey's coming.
I can picture you just trying to be casual, like hitting your weed thing, and you're like, "No, I can't have kids because I got like a shit ton of those diseases I'd give to them or something. I've got AIDS. Not that one.
You could get you could pay like your buddy to come in with a kid going crazy just to bring up the conversation. Like, God, I really hate these kids.
I've seen it. We'll be we'll be out and we'll see other people with kids that are our age, or we'll see like the kids won't be our age, but people our age will have fucking kids, and it's just like. Fuck all that. Or we know people who have kids in sports and in like activities and shit, and they're getting up early on a Saturday to take some little rug rat to like t-ball practice or something. Oof. And we're just fucking and eating pancakes over here at 10 a.m. That's our 10 a.m. Saturday ritual. Fucking and pancakes. Ain't no kids. Ain't nobody
you're making a lot of good points. What month is it?
I got loving dogs.
You're in California
that expire after a decade, and that's it.
Yeah, you're in California. You can get bold with it. You can get like straight up to the point where people grimace who are even in favor of it. They're like, oh, are you? Okay.
I saw the Trump administration weighing that $5,000 like child tax ease up bullshit, whatever. And of course, everybody online is like $5,000. The fuck does that pay for? Like childcare is $40,000 a year. Like, what am I going to do with
an electric motorcycle, man? That's what it pays for.
That's exactly what $5,000 will buy. An electric motorcycle.
This is a 5090 for my son. Thank you.
It's an investment.
This bored ape is going to get him through college.
If I need to get medication right now, I got to zoom down to the pharmacy on this electric motorcycle.
Yeah, well, that's exciting.
Well, I'm looking forward to it, especially all that stuff you were talking about, like the crying and stuff. Like, I want to be I want to take our son out and be louder and more annoying than him. And no matter where we go, if he starts crying, I'm going to be getting shit-faced, right?
Is your wife white?
My wife's the same. She's half Mexican too. She's half white, half Mexican.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So then it's like a coin flip. It's going to come out full
I'm
something.
curious. Is it the same half? Like, I don't know who's
Yes.
white, mom or dad. Oh, okay.
Top
Yeah,
half, bottom half.
Yeah. A very short-legged
They're
family.
both bottom half Mexicans. Very hairy legs.
Yeah, but no, those knees are meant for bending. Getting low.
Moms are both
plucking
race
legs.
mixers. That's the makeup. So we might get like full white or full Mexican. Like we might get the Aryan race or Home Depot day laborer. Or
What's interesting is like the next kid, you might get the opposite.
next kid, shut the fuck up. She said something like that last night. I was like, what was that?
Yeah, but I'm sure she won't
black guy.
convince you to bust inside again.
Bust? Don't talk about my wife busting. Don't talk about men busting in my wife, Taylor.
I'm talking about you busting in your wife.
That's still a man. That's still inappropriate. Disgusting.
Of course, and vulgar.
It's a little vulgar.
I don't bust in my wife now, Taylor. I make love and excrete my love and devotion.
Man, this is crazy. You've gone through such a mature turn in your mid-40s.
Not after Kanye. Now everything with sex and penises is gay now. I need a break from.
Dude, what did Kanye tweet?
Yeah, now he's
it was
sucking
something
dick.
like
What?
he tweeted something like he sucked his cousin's dick until he was 14 or something.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
Is that the whole thing? There's no context, no more. Just
Well, I mean, there was a little context, but not enough to take you anywhere else. He said some shit about like porno mags and was like and sucking his cousin's dick to lose 14. That was most of it. Yeah,
He was 14 or the cousin was 14?
it's a good question.
He didn't specify
Hmm.
how old.
I think until Kanye was 14.
and it's implied his cousin never hit it back. See, that's a bad lover.
What this seems like is he was being molested by his cousin, but I don't know the details.
At 14? 14-year-old boys being molested by how old's the cousin?
You see,
37?
that's what's
Yeah, that's
interesting.
the
I
problem.
don't
He
know.
didn't say how old the cousin.
And when
was.
did
bet
it
the
start?
I'm just saying, it sounds like Kanye is just gay. If you're 14, you're sucking your cousin's penis. That's what I would suggest. That's it.
Well, he's gay now.
I think you're jumping to
Yeah.
conclusions.
You see, in the African American community, it's very common to.
He did go
We
that
still
route where
understand.
he's like, I like Hitler, but I'm not a Nazi. What if he goes the I like dick, but I'm not gay route?
Yeah.
It worked so
Oh.
far. Maybe he tries to. He's gonna overplay his hand with that. I don't think his fans are gonna. What's been the response to Kanye sucking dick? Is it like just another Monday?
A lot of confused Nazis. That's
Fucking
been the response.
confused.
Oh, man, wait, what? Can I return the swastika shirt?
Yeah, you couldn't even sell those. Yeah, so now they're having some really difficult times over there. All the people who originally were like, yeah,
In Germany? Oh, yeah.
The Germans.
Yeah.
I don't think Hitler would be down with Kanye being a Nazi. He'd be like, a gay rap star likes me. Like if you told him just that bit of information in like if you like transported just that iota of information to Hitler in 1937, he'd be like, we are going to lose. We got no shot. This doesn't.
Like, he
pan
had that
out.
one album.
Yeah. Well, so Kanye was, he had that one album. I liked Graduation or whatever. But yeah, so Kanye getting. At first, the first time I saw the story, I had the exact same like Sopranos veto thing, where I was like, Kanye was getting his dick sucked by his male cousin.
No. He was doing the sucking, Tone.
Yeah, he was doing the sucking in the stairwell of the fucking construction yard. I don't know, 14. Haven't done any due diligence, but it seems my guess, where I feel the wind blowing, would be that he had a much older cousin that was molesting him, and it started earlier than that. Probably. Is that cousin dead now? Probably.
He just left it open. He didn't give us any.
Yeah.
He's really cock teased us. For a guy who's been sucking dick since he was 14, he really did us dirty.
Yeah. What does Milo have to say about this? Because Milo can teach him how to not be gay anymore.
Genius.
Isn't you know about that? Milo's not gay anymore. Are you aware of that, Dick?
Oh yeah, no, I'm aware of Milo's deal.
Yeah.
Wait,
yeah.
are you hitting it back? And that is your silence implying that he's still gay?
Oh yeah, Milo.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe maybe he might be one of those like drug gays where he just gets wasted and then becomes gay, and then he might have like a moment of
Oh,
sobriety or something.
like everyone in the Navy.
Yeah, where he's
Yeah.
crying over his cat that he fed to coyotes, and then he's like, "Oh man, I really don't want to be gay anymore." But then here goes the diazepam, here goes the Adderall, whatever.
And that makes you
Wow, where's the cock? That seems like Milo.
interesting. I didn't know he had cat-related coyote trauma.
Yeah, he lost his cat somehow. I mean, I don't know. It's he lives around me, and he lost his cat, and then he was crying about it, like all over, making a big spectacle. You know, crying like he lost his
Oh,
son
this
or
is
something like
semi-recent.
that. I think it was a couple weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Ramping up the reward into outer space because there's just zero chance that the cat is not coyote shit by now.
Poor guy.
I mean, it's
I don't know. It's pretty funny. Because he's just so, oh, God. He's so over the top with like,
It's not like it
Fucked
was a
up.
dog.
yeah, it wasn't a dog. Come on.
yeah, that would be sadder.
It's probably
But still,
suicide.
you know, any pet dying is sad. But
Yeah.
you know, an outdoor cat running away, you can't be shocked about that.
We don't have outdoor cats here. Maybe he maybe he didn't get that memo. But
Every now and then I see where like a mountain lion comes down from the hills and snatches somebody's pet up, or a coyote or something like that. I guess LA's. I saw the map of the population density of LA County compared to every other state in the union, and it blows most of them out of the water. The whole states. So all those people right there next to that wilderness, or what used to be a wilderness. Sure, it's going to happen. I wonder if, I don't think any people have been killed by mountain lions, have they? Like, you would hear about that.
I bet they've gotten kids.
yeah,
Like,
I don't know.
My grandma
know, they're
told me
big.
stories to like scare me about like going off into the forests too much.
Y'all have mountain lions in Missouri?
Yeah, we got them in
What?
Missouri. Yeah,
Really?
or they call them cougars. Yeah,
I think that's the same thing. I think cougars and pumas and mountain lions are all like pretty similar to the same thing.
Mhm.
We've just got like bobcats here, but they're super rare and they're just like mean house cats.
Yeah.
They're bigger, but they're not going to kill you.
yeah. I don't think they want to attack people. I think they want to be left alone. But it's a big cat, so like if it sees a 9-year-old and it wants to fuck that 9-year-old up, like it's gonna win. You've got no shot. It's gonna eat
How
you.
big is it? What's a mountain lion weigh?
I don't know. I'm gonna
7,500
guess-
pounds, maybe?
Oh,
Well,
that's
yes,
bigger than I knew.
I'm guessing.
probably around that. I got a shit ton of coyotes around me. I hear them at night all the time. I don't know. I never see them during the day. I guess that's probably by design. They really don't want to come out when there's cars on the road. But yeah, I kind of like them. I like when they're chittering at night. It's kind of fun. It's like, oh,
Chittering?
part
Is
of-
that the name of their howl?
that's what it sounds like to me, because it's not like a robust, strong wolf howl. It's like a lot of little like high
They're
pitched
chattering.
Yeah, chatters.
Yeah,
That's what they do.
They go back with these vocalizations, chop, 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 talking to each other, the ones that are close, and then they'll howl at the pack across the way. That's they if they howl and they don't get a howl back, that can send the females into estrus, because they genetically know we need more in this area. Like if you get a strong howl back, like everywhere, they won't make as many.
It's a pretty good system.
Yeah, we have a similar thing.
Yeah, we do.
If
How
you
does
yell
it
at
work?
your girl, she wants more.
That's what it is.
If they don't hear any babies crying in public, they want one badly.
Ugh,
Right.
God, I hate babies crying in public. I haven't been stuck with one in a long time. I remember I was stuck on a flight once with a crying baby, but it wasn't that bad. But other than that, I don't think I've ever. Oh, somebody brought one to a movie theater once. Someone brought a child. You could hear it in the back, like. I was like, "What the fuck is that?" And you could shh. I'm like, what the fuck are they doing? The fuck are they doing?
Yeah. This is hostile too. The fuck?
Our
Yeah,
kids
that
never
is
cried in
rude.
Public. We didn't tolerate that shit. We would remove the child.
Oh yeah, I got
Someone
I
else's
got
child,
removed.
you'd remove them?
If
Or
need
your
be.
own child?
I was talking about my own.
That'd be great. You're like, sir, I've come to remove your child.
Grab it by the back of the neck, take it outside.
I see those kids having meltdowns watching the Minecraft movie trash in the theaters and stuff. I think every now and then somebody will get hurt. And it's just like, I guess it's good that people go into the movie theater because, you know.
Have you seen the messes after that? I feel.
Yeah,
oh,
I really wanted to
poor
go
people.
join in, but I didn't want to. Well, I didn't want to look like a creep with a bunch of teenagers, and I don't know any of the references, so I didn't think I would know when to start throwing popcorn everywhere. And then
Yeah,
I don't know
look
why
like an
chicken
asshole.
jockey means make a mess. It doesn't make sense to me. I'm not in on it.
Yeah, I don't think
I don't
we're
think
supposed
any
to
of
be.
us get it.
I don't think we're supposed to be, but they do, and they are. No, I think it is good that people that age are going to the movie theater, but they're making an absolute fucking mess. They need to hire a bunch of like 16-year-old kids just to beat the shit out of those kids when that happens. That's the only answer.
Some bullying.
Yes.
Just a little bit of bullying just to keep them straight. Yeah.
Because
I'm fine
they
with
run
that.
out the fire exits when you try to catch them. So you'd have the bullies waiting outside the fire exit.
Yeah. I mean, look at that. First of all, this is a theater.
That's
That's
$10,000 worth of damage.
Yeah, that's $35 of popcorn alone, just on the ground that didn't get eaten.
Did the kids put out their cigarettes on the seats in the previous picture? Like, what was that?
Dude, these pictures look like
that's
when that
liquid.
dude.
Or maybe it's what the design of the
These pictures look exactly like when the Joker shot up that theater. Like that, I think that theater may have been a little cleaner than what we're looking at here from the Minecraft chicken jockey.
I saw the
Man,
one
they
kid
gotta,
brought a real
like-
chicken. He had a real chicken in the theater holding it up.
That's even worse than a kid. That's rude. I don't like that.
They got to accommodate for this because this is a fun movie experience. They need like a wet theater where all the 'cause none of this like fancy. Oh, you're actually in like your living room, but your living room sucks and your chair doesn't go down far enough. But like
far away.
a theater that's like the first 6 rows of like SeaWorld where you might get wet and they can just
Gallagher.
come in and hose it down after every show. You could throw soda.
Oh, that'd be good.
You
There's like
know,
you're
have
just watching it
sex.
on top of a sluice grate, and then some 16-year-old sprays all the nonsense.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Do something.
Yeah. No, you're kind of selling me. That does sound fun. I'm not going to go to the Minecraft movie. I wouldn't get the jokes. It's pretty high society.
I don't want to pay like $25 to order a beer at my seat and then get all sauced up and like have to be quiet, you know?
Yeah.
Something about drinking IPAs in total darkness. Like just, I don't know, you get into this frame of mind where at least I do when I'm drinking, just like counting the seconds until the end of the beer and trying to figure out when I need to order the next beer. Maybe that's just me.
You're just trying to time it. Yeah.
but it totally takes me out of the movie because I just start going like, you know, that Zach Galifianakis like just with the amount of beer, like, all right, it's about 23 minutes of beer.
Why don't you
Okay,
just get 2 beers? Just get 2 beers.
it doesn't make it last any longer, Kyle. I've tried.
Maybe one of those beer hats with the straws.
Yeah, that's your way to be rude to the people behind you.
Huh.
Can you imagine how loud those are at slurping of carbonated beverage? Yeah.
Don't they siphon into your mouth and like just give you more than you want?
I've never used one. I
Well,
have
you
no
got
idea how
little
beer
loops
hats
in the
work.
straw, right? So you can.
I mean,
drink
so
a
long
little
as
at
the
a time.
bottom's lower than the top, we got a siphon.
It has a clip on it that will clip the straw.
So you just clip it closed. Okay.
yeah.
I used to get that like planning your next drink. I used to get like as a kid like popcorn, and this was before they had like unlimited bottom ones. And so I would remember like having that thought as I had like my small or medium popcorn, and Jurassic Park's about to come on, and I've already gone through like a third to half of my popcorn, and
This
I
is
have
a
this.
mess.
Yeah, I have this
I
feeling
messed it up.
like how'd I beef this up so bad, because I cannot ask my grandma for more popcorn because like this is already an absurd amount for a 7-year-old to have. Like, so now I have to like.
You
be
would say
careful.
yes.
She would, but I'm also miss the dinosaurs. I can't like that. Kyle, you're muted.
Yeah.
But that's like that was the age where like now if I'm at a movie theater and I have to pee, it doesn't matter how good the movie is. It's like I'm not gonna sit here like having to pee horribly. I'll just go and
You
I
should
can
have made
I can
it a
piece this
competition.
together.
Nini, I bet you can't make more popcorn than I can eat.
That's how I got sodas playing video games for my youngest brother. Like I'd be when I was at my house, I'd be like playing Call of Duty 2 or COD 4 in high school, and he's 7 years younger than me. And so if I'm 16, he's 9, and so I'd be like, "Hey, I need a Diet Coke," and he'd be like, You're not going to trick me anymore into getting your Diet Cokes. And I'm like, timer's running. And then he's like, just hoofing it, sprinting up, like doing that little kid thing where they go up the stairs so fast. He like has a hard fall, like, and then has to get back up and keep scrambling to get up there. And then like, I never had a timer. I never had a watch or a phone that could do that. I don't know what mechanism he thought I was using to time him, but I would just like make up a time at the end. I'd be like 28 seconds, not great, not terrible. Like that. And yeah, that worked.
See, this is the dynamic, Dick. It's why you need more than one kid.
Mm-hmm. Otherwise, you'll be on patrol.
I thought of that. I don't know. Maybe we'll. I don't know. Let's see how this first one goes.
I don't know if you guys had.
I do like reusing shit. I am very cheap, so the thought of reusing everything again is appealing to me.
Your old shit, your Pokemon cards that you were sitting around like Googling the worth and everything.
Yeah,
you're desperate to not let your now wife ruin your appraisal ceremony and throwing it away. Did you get all those sent away?
Yeah, I didn't get any 10s, so I guess you got to be banging someone at PSA or something to get a decent grade on your card. I got a bunch of 9s. I got some 8s, and then the best one, Charizard that I had, it was like a shadowless Charizard. It came back as altered, which is just totally impossible. I'm insulted by the suggestion that I altered the card to somehow improve the grade. So I don't know. I guess I'm sitting on it went straight from the pack into the sleeve like 26 years ago. So I don't know why they think it's altered, but
that sucks.
I haven't got it.
Can you
back
send
yet.
it to a different house or however it works? Like these
I could
guys
probably just send it back to them and say
that would be cool. I'd like to see you send it to the same place and see like how close their second appraisal is to their first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How much does that reduce the value? Like, what would the Charizard have been without? Like, if they said 10,
just like infinity money, man. I don't know. I don't want to look it up and be disappointed.
Okay,
Probably $2 million.
Ugh, that blows.
So yeah, I know.
That's enough for your son to have a good life. if they just wouldn't have hosed the fucking appraisal stand.
I know PSA took my son's college away from him.
Do you think that guy has like a weird douchiness to him? The head appraiser at the Pokemon card store, where everyone has to walk on eggshells around him because
probably, man. They all got to be like taking money and bribes and stuff. There's way too much. There's way too much at stake.
Yeah, that shit's so valuable,
dude. It is impossible. A shadowless Charizard here is worth $300, but the run right below it, also a shadowless Charizard, $380,000. So somewhere between 300 and 380,000. Glad I could help.
See, you're bringing it back to me. This is months ago when I got it back, but the near mint or the altered one really annoyed me because if it's so perfect that they thought I altered it somehow, which I don't know how I would do. Like, I'm not really very good at anything except swearing, so I don't know. Like, I don't even know how you would alter it, like drawing it back on, like that painting that lady fixed, or
yeah, they should give you a little critique of it. Like, they can't just say this is altered and then not explain. They'd have to be like, see here,
right there.
See how this part, sir, is clearly in colored pencil. Yeah. Like that's what you've done here. That's why we're not giving you money. Like that's probably just some guy being a shithead, being like, end of the day, doesn't want to grade any more cards.
Yeah, fuck this guy.
Altered. Send it back. No, thank you. Or that guy's sitting on a treasure trove of those, and he has to.
He probably swapped it.
Increase.
He probably had one that was all scribbled on, and he's like, "Oh yeah, this will do." Womp. There you go, idiot. Take your scribbled on one back.
Yeah. Well, that sucks. Sorry for your loss.
Yeah.
You're not gain.
I saw.
I
today
thought
the
that would be
Army-
my big. I thought I would be the guy that found like the $100,000 card in his closet from 20 years ago when he was a kid, but guess not. Nothing ever works out for me, you know.
Nothing ever works out for me. No, you got that kid on the way.
Yep. Don't remind me.
Yeah. So what's its? I mean, obviously its name's Woody. Any other ideas? Middle name?
I'm pushing for Donald.
Old Donnie.
After
my wife's-
number 45, 47, or is there Donald, like more Donalds in
After
your
Duck.
life?
Any other Donald but him is what I'm saying. Like Donald Duck,
Okay.
Don Knotts is cool.
You're a big Mad Men guy.
Don
You like
Knotts.
Donald Draper.
Don Draper, also great.
Don Juan.
And my wife said, "No way in
Okay.
hell. That's stupid. He'll be like bullied forever. You're gonna fuck the kid up." And I'm like, no. And the more she said that it's a bad idea, the more I like really liked the name and thought it was good.
Donnie.
So
Donald's good. Donald Rumsfeld,
She-
American hero.
she finally had me on. She finally had me on my heels, and I had given up the name Donald.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, all right, well, I'll figure something out. I'll use this stupid app you want to use to pick a name together, and we'll ask our friends and listen to their fucking opinions about the name and do all the stuff
How
I
about
don't want to do.
Khaleesi? If you have a
Yeah,
girl-
how about Rain? I'm like, no.
Rain.
So then we go to this this Big Lebowski Q&A where she gets us tickets to this. It's a showing of the Big Lebowski, and then Jeff Bridges waits around after the movie and like does a presentation and answers.
great.
And it was really cool. She's a huge Big Lebowski fan, so
Yeah, watch it this week.
so I'm like, oh, that's fun. Okay. So we go there and we watch the Big Lebowski, and they say, all right, there's a little break now, and Jeff Bridges is coming out to talk about the movie. And if you have any questions for him, write them down and put them in this briefcase out in front of the theater.
Mhm.
So I said, okay. I go out there and I write, my wife's pregnant. What should we name our son? I go back and sit down, and she's like, oh, you asked a question? I said, yeah, I asked a question. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about what it is. So Jeff Bridges starts talking about the movie, and he goes, he's going on and on about this, the character, Steve Buscemi's character in the movie, and like how important he was and how fun Steve Buscemi was to work with. And everybody's like getting, sentimental about it because his character dies in the movie, his character in the Big Lebowski. And he goes, all right, his friend goes, okay, let's read a question. He reaches into the briefcase and he pulls out a question. And somehow I knew right when he pulled it out, I'm like, oh my God, I could tell. I don't know why, but I could tell that that's my question. And he hands it over to him and he goes, this guy says, my wife's pregnant. What should we name our son? And Jeff Bridges goes, I'm sitting there watching. I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe this. This is really happening. And at the same time as me, he goes, Donnie. And I'm in my seat going, Donnie, like our minds are connected. And I'm like, oh my God, it's back. Donnie's been saying, and the whole place erupts like, yeah, Donnie, see Buscemi, Donnie, yeah, Donnie. And I'm like, I don't even know. I don't even have control of my body. I'm standing up, just going, yeah, in your face, right to my wife. Yes, in your fucking face, in your
How
face.
pregnant is she during this?
She's going, because the whole night's ruined for her now. She was a big fan. She's like, no. She's like, no. It's all in slow mo. And I'm like, yes, fuck you. So for all the rest of the night, I was like, Donnie's back, man. We're back in Don. Nothing you can do about it now. Jeff Bridges, your guy, said Donnie.
Yeah. Now you actually have a genuine, awesome story for why he should be named Don.
Exactly. That's exactly right, Taylor. That's what I told her.
Yeah.
So
You're gonna ignore Jeff Bridges? I wouldn't.
Yeah, that's
ignore
on
And then
you.
throughout his life, you can say to your kid, "You're out of your depth here, Donnie. You're out of your depth here, Donnie." Great.
shut the fuck up, Donnie.
You're just mistreating him.
So I'm pushing for that. I want it to be Donnie Computers is the middle name.
Okay, well, maybe take like one step back. Maybe she'll get the middle name. Donnie Computers? Is he gonna be a gangster?
Donnie Darko Masterson, get in here.
Hey, get Donnie Computers in here. My crypto's going off the haywire.
Yeah, I think that's just like I never heard it before. Like that's just like a cool sounding name. It's interesting, you know?
Donnie
Like, it's not like
Computers?
Tom or Harry or some dumb shit like that.
Donnie Computers.
Yeah,
He's
it
like,
sounds
he has
cool.
to get into like a life of crime where he's some sort of money man now. Hey, you might be hidden. You go to Donnie Computers. No, it's his real name. I think it pushed him in this direction. You're Italian now. Yeah.
See, it's cool. Everyone likes computers pretty much.
Yeah. Well, that's why we named him things people like. Donnie Drugs Pussy Masterson. Get in your room. Just gonna name him after things people like. Well, that's great. Donnie
Thanks.
is a very funny suggestion.
When is she due?
July.
Oh, okay, not too far.
Oh no, it sounds like 4th of July, but I don't know.
Ooh.
Whew.
Donnie on the 4th of July.
That would be yeah.
Dude, if you don't do this, like the stars are gonna curse you or something because
I know.
this is
I know.
too good.
If you don't do this, Hillary's going to be president.
She's gonna be president.
I'll be
They're
a
gonna-
bitch forever.
Mhm.
I mean,
It'll be
she's
your
gonna be
fault.
all fucked up on those drugs. You're gonna have to write the birth certificate anyway, right?
No, she even said, she's like, I know that it doesn't matter because whatever's on the certificate, you'll just call him Donnie. So this is all a moot argument. Anyway. I said, yeah, it is.
That's so funny because I can imagine that it's really bothering her.
Yeah.
She's not down with Donnie. So was she more down for the names like Rain than Donnie?
I don't know. Other than Donnie, I try to just block that out.
I don't know what a good name is.
I just assumed it was spelled R-E-I-G-N. Is that how you spell Rain as a name?
Rain.
I think it's like Rainn, like Rain, like the Dwight
Oh.
Schrute. He's the
Yeah.
only person named Rain I've ever heard of.
The more N's, the better. That's what you do.
Rain.
Oh, Rain is for girls.
Reign is for girls. Well, if I saw someone named Rain, like a King Reigns, I would assume their parents are retarded and that they like didn't do a spell check first to be like, hey, how do you spell Rain? What's Rain Wilson's name? Oh, you do it like this. Okay. You got to do a little Googling first before
I'm
you
not up for any
fire
made
off
up
the name.
names anyway. You know, I mean, they're all made up, but like, I would stick with one of the ones that's already been made up before. I wouldn't try to get creative on this one.
Yeah. How about Al? Not a lot of Al's coming around anymore. That's a good one.
Maybe not Al. Maybe not Al.
Why not Al?
I mean, is it going to be Albert?
Or Alfred, like a king.
Alphonse.
Alphonse.
Okay.
That's pretty
Paul
cool.
Simon song going for him.
Call it motherfucker
That's
Alf.
a good call. The Paul
Alf is
Simon song. You call him Alf. If you name a kid Al, though, you are condemning him to like a lifetime of weight problems. Like
Al?
Yeah, if you're Al,
'cause
you're going to be
Fat
a big
Al,
fella. Yeah, you're going to be fat
Really?
Albert.
See, I think Al Bundy, and he'll probably
Yeah,
be
me
a legend
too.
in high school.
That's
I don't
a
think
more
kids know
positive
about
thing.
Al Bundy.
Mine will.
I think they
We'll make
definitely
sure he's
won't know
not
in
culturally
15 years.
starved.
Yeah.
You're going to be giving him fun facts where you're like, you see your brother right there? He never actually gets taller. Like he never grows. He stays tiny the whole time.
Because okay.
Poor guy.
I see the made up names on Reddit that people give to their poor fucking children, and I wonder if school is as mean as it was when we were kids, because it was so goddamn mean when I was a kid. I don't think kids change. So like I got to imagine that kids are not sensitive about gender issues or weird fucking names, even if the world would have us be so.
But it's going to like change to what they think is normal. So like if they have 4 girls in their grade that are all named Khaleesi, like they're not going to really identify that like this is from a show where she was the bad guy at the end of it and like wasn't even like
That'll be boomer shit. It'll be like being named Dorothy.
yeah.
I would shorten it from Khaleesi to like Cal or something that does actually sound trendy and kind of neat. Just Kal, that's her name. But Khaleesi, that sounds like a whore's name.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds like might as well name her Ginger Candy or some bullshit like
you
that.
can
I went to
name,
school with a girl named Candy. It's like, what are your parents thinking? Like with that ass, I know where you're headed.
Candy.
It's a big ass.
Good for Candy.
Yeah. You want your daughter to be a Candace, not a Candy. I promise you.
You can, sure, her name wasn't even Candace.
It had to be Candace, but she went by Candy. Everyone called her Candy.
I don't know if I like that. I guess Khaleesi, you could like try and finagle that into Lisa if you're like a parent who like named their kid during season 5 and then like it didn't pan out. There's just no good way to
trash. That's so white trash.
Lisa is
Khaleesi.
Oh, Khaleesi.
Naming your kid after a fucking HBO fantasy series. That's what's fucking white trash.
Yeah, I don't know if is that the group who was doing like Game of Thrones name mimicry, white trash, or is it like?
I only speak about my own people. All right, I'm not stepping it. Look, they got their own name things. All right, they
I picture white trash as like candy, but like someone who names their kid Khaleesi is a fucking dork. Like,
what about that kid that stabbed the white kid at the track meet? His actual name is Carmelo Anthony. That's not a coincidence. Those uncreative fucks were just like, name him after Mello.
That name in the mix.
Like what the fuck is that? Yeah, just name your kid Pete or John or Dave or Bill or Simon. Any of that shit works, but not fucking Khaleesi.
Simon. That's an older timey name. I kind of like Simon.
Simon.
Yeah, that sounds like a smart person's name. Simon.
Yeah, I imagine he has round glasses, round frames.
Yeah, and some of those old names, I'd be fine with those coming back, like old man names. Ephraim, Rutherford, Franklin. Franklin, what a powerful name.
I like Franklin. That one resonated with me too.
That's a good one. I like that. Edgar, that's a little too old. Edwin, Edgar, those are too old. Dorothy's old as hell, but Dorothy could come back. You can call him Dot. Dot's a good nickname. That's kind of
like dude though. That's a girl's name to me.
Oh, that's a girl's name. Yeah. Like it's like I noticed that when my grandparents talk about their friends from church, well, they'll be like, "Well, Dot and Elmer came over for lunch the other day," and I'm like, "This is such a weird time capsule." It's like we're just grabbing fried chicken with Dot and Elmer after church.
Elmer to me is an uncool child's name.
Yeah, Elmer seems like because who else?
Adjacent to Wilbur
because it's on the glue.
Mm-hmm.
Who else other than Fudd is there for Elmer? And he was always getting hoodwinked. Like he was never coming out on top. Roger. That's why they gave Roger Rabbit. You know, that's a good name. Actually, Roger isn't even an old name. I know people named Roger in my age bracket. I knew one.
Raj. I'd want to be Raj.
You go Raj?
Yeah. Like I'd be Roger, but you'd call me Raj.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Do you think it would have changed you into like a kid who would misbehave more? I feel like Roger is a misbehavior's name.
Well, that's the guy. That's the character from Lethal Weapon. I think I would have become a cop if my name had been Roger.
I don't think you would have liked it, or you would have loved it more than anything in the world because you already spend so much free time watching cops at work.
Oh yeah, I'd have been one of the bad ones too.
No other job gets you free pot.
I'd been one of the bad cops. You wouldn't want to be pulled over by me. Well, you would.
Like an incompetent one or a crooked one?
Yeah. Oh, crooked for sure. Crooked for sure. Yeah, like that guy.
Don't insult him, Dick. All right.
I'd wave you
on. It's fun being.
I saw your hair.
You're
Sorry,
a guest
sir.
here.
Get on out of here.
You would have been despicable, not stupid.
Yeah.
You're arrested. Never mind.
Never mind. No. You're in. Oh, you play for the local football team? Well, give the Tigers hell this Sunday. Slapping him on the back.
Did you see the cop that was trying to accept some sexual favors from a prostitute? He was busting, and so they hop in the back seat of his car to get it on. But those doors locked from the outside. So now he's locked in his own back seat with a prostitute with his pants down, and he has to call for backup. Hey, will somebody come let me out of my cop car? And then he walks them through how it accidentally happened. Like he mimes it out. He's like the next day in broad daylight with his bosses standing around and a camera. He goes, well, so it happened like this, and then I moved, and the car was kind of on an angle. You know, the car's flat here, but it was on an angle. Sir, it was parked on the side of the highway. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. So wasn't really banked like Daytona, was it? No, I guess not. But anyway, he explains how like the door like fell on his butt and like pushed him in like a cartoon character. And he found himself locked in a car with a suspect. They're like, yeah, you're fired. You're fired.
Yeah, we got to let you go. He's getting out. He's like, now there, highway winds, you can be a hell of a thing, but there was a banana peel here.
His mistake was in the way he asked for help. It seems like he probably knows someone he could have used their phone. You know, Kyle, I'm on the side of I-85. I need a favor.
Fuck
open
yeah,
this
dude.
door,
That'd be,
right?
Yeah.
That's the way to handle this problem.
I'd approach
100%.
from the rear, open the door handle, turn around, get back in my car, and be gone.
Yeah, you don't
We're not
call
gonna talk.
911 and ask the dispatcher to give you a hand. That
Yeah, I would have been. I would
yeah.
have like held my cop friend's feet to the fire a little bit. I'd be like, either I get to speed and turn the siren on, and you have to allow me to do that afterward, or I get some sort of one of those cards that really rich people who donate a lot to police groups get, where they can kind of like give that to the cop with your license, and then they like give you tickets less.
Oh, you want
I'd
one
be
of those
like,
benevolence cards?
I'm gonna owe you one. I need you to open this door, but not for like 15 minutes.
Not for-
Hey, you got
Can you like
show
walk
up in, like,
away a little
25?
bit? All right, but you have to let me watch. I'm like I'm scrubbing the.
Before you open the door, stomp real loud so we know you're coming.
So I
Yeah.
saw that under the great leadership of Pete Hegseth, the Army has changed its recruitment standards. There is now no longer a like male bar and female bar. There's just a physical capability bar. It's X amount of push-ups, and there's like a run, drag, sprint thing they do, and they plank and stuff. But they just made it one bar for men and women.
They're close,
they have
but still
parking on
wrong,
that bar?
according to me.
What?
Do they have parking a car?
Oh, the math
I don't know
section.
why they don't make it by job. That's what it should be, right? Like in my head, if you're infantry, you should meet this very high physical standard. If you're leadership, perhaps a slightly lower physical standard, right? These guys can be 50 or 45 or whatever it is, right? But their
It's
job
low.
isn't throwing people on their shoulders and carrying them out of tanks that will soon be exploding. If you're operating like a tractor trailer, I don't know what they do, or like swabbing the deck, some other physical standard. And then it can be the same for men and women, right? No fucking DEI workarounds where women can be 1/3 as good at the job as a boy, but it's okay because they're just a girl. Fuck that, right? A physical standard for people who do this job. That's all you need to know.
They do that as well, but there's for basic entry, there's that boot camp test, and it was a low bar. And when they took the average women's scores from like now, and they apply them to the new metric, the average woman who was applying still makes it, but there is a cutoff where some of them that were making it will no longer make it. But it's stuff like a 2-minute plank. It was like maybe 15 push-ups or some shit. There was a deadlift, which was like women score really well in the deadlift proportionately. And there was this, I can't remember exactly what it's called, but you like run and you grab a mock-up that's supposed to be a wounded soldier. You drag it a certain portion and then you run back, and a little sprint like circuit.
That seems like the
course
most
thing.
important thing.
Yeah, I guess. My biggest fear is that I'm going to be shot out there and that you won't be able to drag me back to safety. I'm so afraid of that.
I'll be perfectly capable, but I'll be too scared.
Yeah. And then I saw it was actually Asmongold was looking at the old Army recruitment video versus the new one. And the old one was that animated one of the girl talking about how her two moms were her inspiration.
Yes.
She's like, my two, and it's like a fucking 2-minute Pixar cartoon about a girl with gay moms who like inspire her to fight for her country because they fought in the streets waving rainbow flags. And that's the same as facing down the Pakistanis, I guess, at the border.
Indistinguishable. Don't make fun
They
of
do
them.
have
Shit.
kind of a lot of skin in the game, though. Like we're talking about fighting jihadists.
The new
That
one
would be-
is the biggest, scariest dude you've ever seen. Benching like 350 for 20 reps or something, and he looks like Brock Lesnar from the back, and he says something like if you're gonna be intimidating, look intimidating. It's like something crazy, like something like that. And there's like a 30-second commercial of just a giant hulk of a man getting stronger than he was before.
If you're gonna be intimidating, Army, it's not for gays anymore.
And
It's
then
for straight guys.
Hegseth gave a speech yesterday. I sent it to you, where he's like, "We want members who are fit, not fat." not shabby or flabby. Like he went on a whole rant.
Yeah.
And then it's like, come on, dude. You're talking about leadership roles here. He was specifically talking about like everybody. Like, I don't want any fatties like commanding troops. I don't want any fatties behind desks, is what it sounded like to me. And then like Trump is not the picture of health. Okay. It was funny. They extrapolated the numbers his doctor gave, and he's like a top 0.1% athlete, like, something crazy like,
dude, those are like Kim Jong-un doesn't poop level of lies about his his weight and athleticism.
And
height. Yeah.
The weight is the absurd one. He's like 220. When?
I think he adds 3 inches.
No, he's taller than me. Trump.
Did you meet him?
Yeah.
So 4.
I met him.
Was he wearing high heels?
He might have been wearing. He might have been walking
wears
on
high
some
heels a lot.
Mexicans. I didn't check. It was at the. I was at one of his first rallies. I was in right away. I was like, I've got order number like 3,000 off of his site for that stupid hat that he started selling. So I took the hat to his one of his first political rallies on like the USS Indianapolis down in Long Beach. I brought my hat. I brought my Sharpie. And after he's done, I was like, all right, this is as good as it's gonna get. I'm gonna get him to sign the hat, right? So I see him walking around the platform, like the dais or whatever it is that he's giving the speech from. And he's got this mob of people following him. And I'm like, no way. I don't want to fight that mob. I'm going to use my brains. So I get on the far side of the platform and really hook in there, right? Like, get a nice pyramid stance, get a nice spread leg stance. And all the reporters and stuff come over, and I'm like, bracing myself against them, right? Because Trump's coming around, and I'm like, and they're kind of deflecting off of me, like it's like a tidal wave, right? And then Trump gets there, and I hand him my hand real fast, and I said, hey, here you go. And he was like, oh, yeah. And he takes it, and he signs it. And I said, hey, you have to win. You have to win. And he goes, he looked at me, and first he looked at me like I was like there was something wrong with me, but then he looked deeper and noticed that obviously there's nothing wrong with me. And he gave me a nod. He said, like that. And that's it. Then he won.
He won. He was
taller than me. That was my point. He was taller than me. I was hunkered down though, so I don't know.
Oh yeah, you were in a power stance. So
I was in an unmovable stance. So the journalists were coming in and throwing elbows, and I'm like, get the fuck out of here.
Probably CNN.
Probably CNN trying to come over and lie about him wearing lifts consistently for decades.
One of the male reporters was trying to grab my penis.
Probably MSNBC.
Oh damn!
Yeah,
they tried to do to you.
I don't know who
they did to that jacked black guy.
Wait, what happened to Jack Black? Someone grabbed his penis?
No, not the jacked black guy who, like, when Me Too was coming out, he's like, "Hey, don't mean to pull Terry Crews, the Old Spice guy commercial." It was all the Me Too stuff where it's like this guy at NBC has a button on his desk that locks you in and plays scary music at you, and then he's like, I don't mean to interrupt, but this guy grabbed my penis, and every single person was like, this isn't the time for you. Look how big and strong you are. This is about women. That was very funny. Not for him though. He probably hated it. Imagine the psychic torture of like being a mountain of a man, and then some squirrely asshole like honks your dick and balls, and you
at a party in front of people.
You're like a gladiator that could like decapitate him or just rip his head off, and you have to like smile and nod like, yes sir, I'd be happy to be in fucking Django 2 or whatever the fuck like movie's gonna be in charge of casting.
Do you think maybe you honk him back but like too hard and play it off like it was an accident, like
crush his dick,
like crush his balls, like really really
clamp
his balls?
He might take that as a reciprocity, like, this guy's.
He's not going to be up for the grip I give him. It's unless he's up for some dark stuff. In which case, I'll whoop his ass if that progresses my career.
That whole what's the capital of China? Bangkok joke, and you smack it extra hard.
Definitely not China.
It works for the joke, though.
Might be Thailand.
People are like, "Oh, that wasn't even the right country. There was no way to predict that."
I didn't see it coming.
Oh, he just you're in court. And it's like because this was not the right country, you could not anticipate the attack. This is an assault, sir.
Correct, Your Honor. I saw Shannon Sharp is in a little bit of trouble. It appears that he's in a $50 million lawsuit. Young innocent OnlyFans creator claims that Shannon Sharp forced himself upon her, but the text seemed to make it seem like she was the aggressor in the situation, and perhaps selling herself to him, or at least attempting to renting. Yes, there was mention of a black baby being put in her at one point in the text messages, which is a bit
did
of
he
a
bring
bad
that
look.
up, or did he bring that up?
She brought it up. He brought it up. Yeah. So I don't know how that one's gonna fare.
He says it's consensual, but I think he's married. No.
Yeah. That would check out. Yeah.
So he's got a problem at home,
or doesn't. I mean,
He can lose money at both ends.
Maybe Mrs. Sharp is like letting him get after them OnlyFans snow bunnies. Maybe that's the play. You don't know what their relationship is like. That's what, just like
Does
that
he
Will
have a
Smith
beating
situation.
fetish too? Sounds like it.
You're one to talk.
Well, that's not like I've never used that as like
His
pillow
is
talk,
theoretical.
baby. That would be like a whoa, get out of here. I got to go take another blue chew.
Put a mean-spirited baby in me.
Doesn't it seem like Elon's getting off on that shit though when he's talking about it?
Oh yeah. Well, it's like Elon has this
Elon,
thing
what
about.
did he do?
Look. I'm just getting inside Elon's head for a minute. His oddly shaped head. He wants to spread his seed far and wide, and he wants many descendants.
Yeah,
and obviously he can finance that forever. He's like an NBA player times a million.
That's why he moved to Texas.
So he picks these beautiful women, and he hits them up, and he's like, "Hey, can I put a baby in you?" And apparently, like, there's so many DMs of him asking ladies to put babies in them that he took away the DM feature when it came to light for fear that more "Can I put a baby in you" DMs would come out.
Yeah, what
it's
is
also
he
like
doing?
a fetish. Like he talks about it as like flirting and like sexually, right? It seems like it, and that's all he all he wants to do is talk about knocking them up.
Yeah,
well, I think he wants the babies too, given that he has. Does he have 14 kids? Or am I making that
Spitty
up?
babies?
Baker's dozen, a ton. Yeah,
I don't think he spends time with them though. I mean, he wants
Just
them
the
to
one.
exist,
He likes
right?
one of his kids.
Yeah,
he's got the starters, and then he's got the backups.
Those other ones are worn out.
he's
He
like a
wants-
furry, but for babies. Like
I don't know if
everything
this
goes
is,
back to the babies.
I don't know how true this is, but I heard it. And is he in vitro fertilizing all these women? Like he's not even banging them?
No way.
No,
He's
I
banging
haven't
them.
heard that until
He's
Tim
banging
said
them.
it.
He's
I think
banging
that
them
was a
women.
fake screenshot, Taylor.
Okay.
Yeah,
I saw
he's banging them women.
I couldn't imagine being like the richest man to ever be, and then like you're not even getting it in. Like you're going to a doctor visit to get women pregnant. That would suck. All right, well that's at least he's
Wait.
fucking them.
Zach says it's true.
It's
Well,
true.
he had
It's funnier
IVF
if
with
it's
his
true,
ex-wife.
so
With his ex-wife.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a different
Oh.
situation. Yeah.
Yeah, had to fix her because she was broken on the inside.
And it's reported
That's what they call that.
that Grimes and Zillis were also IVF, but that's reported, and sometimes Zach uses Twitter as a source in his like fact checking. So
What's wrong with that?
Yeah,
Elon
you
owns
can't
Twitter.
trust social media for facts.
Oh, and like also in the Elon.
well, who's
world-
saying this, Zach? Is it like Master Incel 420?
The
Like
Forbes
some-
website, dude. When I was young, Forbes was reliable.
Yeah,
It was like a
not
good
anymore.
thing. Now Forbes is like it's a rag.
Forbes is selling like laser light masks that'll make you look younger. Like, oh, okay.
Oh, those head masks. You seen the laser thing you wear on your head to keep your hair from falling out? It's just like
Yeah.
bombarding your scalp with lasers while you sleep, and this is supposed to promote hair growth.
And it
if
looks
they
like
told
a
me
hat.
The opposite, I would believe
I've
them.
seen the hat thing.
They made it look like a hat, so it's inconspicuous. You just have a photon beam shooting out the top.
Oh yeah, you look like a
The
spy on
Acme pussy
TC in
repeller.
2007.
Meanwhile, you get hair on the top of your shoulders.
Hey, what's wrong with your head? Nothing. It's just a hat. It's a totally normal hat that I'm wearing.
No, why do you? I don't like that guy. He's got a constant hum about him. A low buzz. I don't like being around this
If
dude.
you added a CPAP to the mask, you would look like a Robo Man when you went to bed. You would look like you're on life support.
That's a sexy look. You put those two together. Lady, get off me. I need sleep.
And plus, if you're bald, you've already fixed it by putting the hat on. It's already covered. Like you're already halfway there. You're all the way there. Just
Dude, one of the worst looks in the world to me is the bald guy who wears a hat all the time. Like that, and I don't want to call anyone out, but I watch these YouTubers, and there's a dude, whenever he lives in an aquatic environment. I don't want to say it's a sailing channel, so let's just leave that up to the imagination. But anyway, when he takes his hat off, it's like Indiana Jones swapping that statue with the bag of sand. Like he doesn't want it to be uncovered for 1 second. He like switches from one hat to the next for like moving in and out of the water, or like if the
changing your pants at the beach.
Anyway, yeah, I learned. I taught I was an assistant to helping this guy learn to fly a paramotor, and he would switch from his helmet to his baseball cap like throughout the day because you wear a helmet as you learn to fly. And it was that same sort of thing where he would like never have not a hat on for more than one entire second.
Mm-hmm.
It's bad luck.
It makes me think of the conservative guy Tim Pool, who will he'll be like, I'm going to go talk to the Secretary of Defense. And he's wearing like a Billabong beanie. And it's like, stop it. Everyone know this is not a stylistic choice. It's July. And you're wearing a beanie. Like, it draws more attention to it than just being bald. Okay. I have one very close friend who has been bald for a long time. And it wasn't until just a couple of years ago that he stopped being the hat all the time, constantly everywhere guy. And another friend who balded even earlier. Like, I remember we went to middle school and high school together. And he started balding when we were like 14.
Fuck.
You get teased a lot by people when you're like going bald at 14, but he's also very tall. And so that like hit it a little bit, but he early on, like by the end of high school was like, this is the hand, I got to play it, and became like perfectly shaved, I'm bald guy. And I liked that more. It was like, oh, this is just a bald man who's like, I'm just bald. That's the way this is going to be. I'm not going to hide under a.
When did he go bald?
Cardinals. Like, he started at like 14, 15. Like it was.
He didn't shave it at 15 years old.
It was early 20s. So I guess like college age that he decided to fully shave it, because by 19, 20, he had full like season 9 Costanza. Worse than that.
Yeah. I think if you're in your 20s and it's gone, you need to get a system. You need to either get that full on glued to your head hair system, or you need to like seek surgery. Because most people don't look good with it shaved off. Like most people look weird. You look like the bad guy from Dune. You look like a fucking Harkonnen. Or you got a lumpy head. Black people somehow very symmetrical skulls, I've noticed. Until I think Shaq.
You're always going on about black people's skulls, dude.
Yeah, you can learn a lot from a black man's skull. I'm gonna tell you. All right.
This one's not trustworthy. Taylor, get the book.
I read my phrenology book.
You can tell this one will mind.
We should bring that science back.
The worst look is the going bald, but still have that unicorn in the front. That there's not much you can do with that.
Oh, why? Who
am I looking at?
I don't know who this
Taco
is.
under the bus like that.
This is someone named Choco Taco.
He's a streamer.
Okay.
Oh, well, let's not bully Choco Taco for smiling and being bald. He could just, but I mean, that is at the point where you can just be like, boom, I'm going to get kind of jacked, and I'm going to like walk around like Jason Statham.
Jacked helps a lot. I do think that the bald look is supposed to be paired with jacked. If you look like, I don't know, every liberal YouTuber, then you can't be bald.
Yeah, no, you have to be shredded. That would be good. What would your move be, Dick? If you like went full
tattoos,
bald
American History X style, probably.
on the top
Just
of
because
that.
because he looks cool, not because of the racism stuff.
No, you'd have a big swastika on your back, but then a tiny little arrow that said "bad."
It's a gay symbol now because of Kanye. So
Oh
it's
shit!
totally cool.
Yeah, now it's a gang symbol. You can get cool jewelry just like he did. You
Oh,
can
did
you
he
can come
say
out as
gang
a.
symbol or gay symbol?
Gay.
Oh, I thought.
Yeah, I
gang.
heard gay.
Yeah, it's a gay symbol now. The swastika.
Oh
Because of
shit!
Kanye. Yeah. Now they own it.
He
Sorry,
changed his
That is-
name.
sorry,
Dude, if we see
Hitler.
gay pride swastikas in the next March, that's going to be hilarious.
Dude, rainbow swastikas.
Oh,
He should sell the
Stand with
shirt.
yay.
Rainbow swastikas would be funny, and everyone would know it was from Kanye. I don't think anyone else is selling rainbow swastika shirts.
I don't think boomers would be able to take that if there was a parade with a bunch of khaki Nazis with gay pride swastikas, furry Nazis. That would be it. They would just pack it in and go die somewhere, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. People wouldn't know what direction to be that upset at. That
No.
a gay flag swastika is the nexus of
That's
the
the end
funniest thing to take to a protest.
Yep.
And but you have to frame it like you're there as hyper progressive. We're taking it back.
I'm literally
Right?
Kanye. Blackface, gay swastika.
Blackface because you love
Yeah,
Kanye. Just toss it off.
Because I love Kanye. Yeah, you got big red Al Jolson lips. Your fucking head. Oh man.
Yeah.
That would be good. Well, hopefully we get some more novel protests. I want it to get confusing.
If I go, I don't know. I think I've got I'm probably going to start. My worry is that I'm not going to know when to shave my head until it's too late. Like I'm going to start getting a whatever this is, skullet, when it's all long in the back. Cause it's gotta be, I don't measure it, but it's gotta be more receding than when I started growing my hair out 10 years ago.
How old are you
There's
now?
going to come a time when it's time to cut it off. And I just realized that I've spent so much time and I never built enough trust with someone to believe them when they tell me that it's time to shave my head. So I don't know. I'm kind of lost. Hopefully my
Keep
son will
coming
tell
on
me.
PKA
But
and we'll tell you. We'll let
Okay.
you know.
it's
on
still
air
looking good.
in front of everyone. It's not
You're
time
still
yet.
solid. Yeah.
still looking good. All right.
You're still in
Yeah.
the mix.
This is not it. It looks pretty thick though. Like you're not vibing balding to me. You're telling me you think you are?
I don't know. I got like a notch that's making its way in
Mm-hmm.
over here.
No.
That I'm worried about that because it's going to start like squirreling around. Maybe.
Ooh.
Otherwise,
Please.
it's pretty good.
There's no way to tell, but it doesn't look like you have any of that yarmulke pattern baldness, like where some
No.
people they lose it up high. Yeah.
No, that's where my dad lost his hair. Started, but he kept most of it. So
I think that your dad is who you need to look to. I've heard from enough people now that your mom's side grandpa is a bunch of horse shit. That I believe that it's like a wives' tale thing now.
Google says it is.
They say it's like a wives'
A
tale.
wives' tale. Yeah, that's not accurate.
Okay, thank God, because I've had a vested interest in believing that because my mom's dad was bald as can be, and my dad has like a ton of hair.
somebody told me that drinking a couple times every week and doing cocaine sometime, not a lot, not too much, but every once in a while was good for your hair.
Was that person a doctor?
He was a cool guy.
Was he head of health and human services at least?
No, he had a lot of good business ideas. That's what I also remember about. Yeah. No, I think that's right, Dick. Just a responsible amount of cocaine. You can't go too hard.
Don't go nuts.
Little bits. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want
guy.
to get thin and attractive.
Yeah.
What could make you lose your hair is if you had the blessing that was the ability to name your son something after what Jeff Bridges told you to, stolen from you. So I think your wife should take that into account. Is this the kind of stress she wants to put your hairline under? Not letting you name little.
That's not what
little
true
Donnie?
love would be.
It's not what true love would be. True love would be letting you
that's not
do
true love.
cocaine a couple times a week.
Oh, Taylor, that's way too much. That's way too much.
Drink a few times a week, cocaine once a week at most.
Yeah.
And only when other people around have it. Yeah. But then
How do you
become-
find a coke dealer? I wouldn't even know where to start.
You just find
well,
friends who are really into coke and they know a
like
guy.
hypothetically or what?
Yeah, dude, I swear to God, my go-to idea is always to go Steve Buscemi with the skateboard and walk around college. You know, hey, fellow kids, where's the pot?
Don't do that. Do the opposite of that.
Listen, Dick, you can't just be against something. You have to be for something better. If you can top that idea, I'm all ears.
We do know a coke dealer from the
parents.
Patreon.
I don't know.
Get it in the mail. Do you think that's better than my
Yeah, get it in the mail. You go to real prison. Yeah. And who knows? Maybe he's stealing valor. Maybe he's stealing coke dealer valor. Could just be spinning a web of lies.
I've seen him sell it on live stream, but okay.
I hadn't seen that. I hadn't seen the drugs with my
homie live streams himself doing coke deals. It's hilarious. he's just outside his fucking apartment in a lawn chair, and some shady person comes by and he's like, like doing a drug deal on, and I'm like, why are y'all watching this?
This guy's amazing. He's a Patreon. He comes every month, which, by the way, I think is this weekend, and he inherited a large sum of money. Do you guys remember how much it was?
Oh, at 850.
800. Yeah.
800.
Wait, is he that meth guy? Did I meet him on this show? He's talking about mixing meth.
Different.
No. You're thinking of Meth Head Matt. This is a different person on our show's universe.
Love
this person here is just a fan, and he inherited 800 grand, and he spent it almost all of it on hookers and blow. And by the way, the hookers, exotic. Some of them have penises, but you wouldn't know it by looking at them.
That's a lot of hookers.
Yeah.
Woody wouldn't know it though.
He's not a casual. And anyway, as he starts running out of money and he needs a plan for his future, he's become a cocaine dealer. That's like how he's hedging, running low on cash. And well, it's not how I would counsel him to go.
He needed like a hooker mutual fund.
So yeah, this is the world I live in.
Yep.
Hey, Mom, I'm glad you like the show.
The TNA 500. Yeah, he's investing in hookers and cocaine. And from what I could tell when he was talking to the other patrons who seemed
session proof,
a couple people seem to know a good bit about selling coke, which is such a funny group of guys in there because he's like, dude, I'm spending this much a week on coke and I'm doing this much. Like he says the amount and then like the amount of grams or whatever he's doing a week. And immediately someone else goes, hey, don't mean to butt in here, but I sold cocaine for a long time and you're definitely eating like all your profit. Like you're barely above water if you're doing this. And he's like, no, I'm not, dude. You don't know what it costs.
Yeah, that's the point, idiot. That's why I'm selling the coke in the first place.
It is.
I'm doing it because I'm addicted to coke.
I think he got a 9 to 5 too. He got like a 9 to 5. The coke selling is just to support his coke use. Yeah. Like he made that a non-net negative in his finances by selling a little extra on the side outside. Literally on the side of his house.
It's cool when you can finance your hobby with your hobby, you know?
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yes.
Make your vocation your vacation.
So true. In what better way than by spending $800,000 on prostitutes and coke?
Oh, dude,
becoming a coke.
Can you imagine the amount of fun that must have been, though? It's been a hell of a time, you know? 800 grand on prostitutes and drugs, traveling the world.
His way out of this might be a memoir. If he's a good writer, he can write a good memoir. I don't know.
His resume.
It might not be. I mean, I bet it would take some aggressive editing because he's going to be on coke, so he's not going to be. He's going to be pretty garrulous. He's just going to keep writing and writing and writing. But maybe that's a good path.
Dick, how different is coke compared to Adderall? I've heard them.
Oh, they're very similar.
Really?
Yeah. Well, yeah, because some people take it in like both of them and then freak out and don't want to talk. Like people think it makes you really chatty and gregarious, like 80s movies, but it makes a lot of people like clam up and seize up. I don't know. People take it before they perform and they always fuck up because then they get tongue tied and can't really talk.
Comedians performing we're talking about?
Yeah, anybody.
Okay.
Yeah, comedians,
singers.
That singers.
Explain the Blues Brothers.
What's that?
Explain the Blues Brothers. Like they were fueled by cocaine. That movie had a cocaine budget. Yeah.
People usually
cocaine is cocaine is like short-lived, whereas Adderall can be hours and hours of fun.
Yeah. People usually take cocaine with alcohol too, which becomes a different drug than just either on their own. So I think a lot of people probably associate the wildness and like just franticness with mixing them.
With the alcohol making it the next level up of intensity.
Yeah, Adderall just is like I can see how you get locked into stuff, but then I read something that said you do get locked in, but the locked in benefits are counteracted by everything you doing being totally wrong and fucked up. So that in the end, it's not that much more productive than just being sober, which in my experience is 100% right. You do Adderall, sit there for 4 hours, and then say, "Well, I don't know why I spent 90% of that time like rewriting this widget on a program that was perfectly fine the way it was." Now,
but at least my Spotify playlist is organized.
Yeah. Good job. Very.
You got no work done, but your kitchen is spotless.
Now my jaw hurts and I'm exhausted.
With something creative like that, yeah, that's definitely true. But like, then you've got the Blitzkrieg. So sometimes I think it can help you get some shit done.
I think that was more meth.
I thought we were talking about meth.
Adderall isn't like
an Adderall.
Crystal meth, right?
Yeah, it is. It's so close. It's closer than we are to chimps. It's Adderall. Adderall is crystal fucking meth. Yeah.
I always imagined crystal meth having a much shorter duration, much higher spike, but I've never done crystal meth.
I haven't either, but it's the same shit. It's the same shit. And the stuff that the Nazis were handing out and us, the Allies, were handing out was just methamphetamine.
Yeah.
They'd be up for 2 or 3 days straight.
What is generic Adderall called? Like
amphetamine salt. It's the same stuff. It'll get you. You'll go, and you'll want some more. Like I can't think of a better drug for if you had to get some shit done, like invade France.
Yeah. So you don't like being on Adderall? You'd prefer being on cocaine, Dick? 100%.
Well, I prefer being sober, but I gotta do something.
That comes by default. I don't know what that's your preference. Why it's hard to achieve.
It's just too hard. Liquor's the best one. I don't know, man. Doing hard drugs I'm too fucking old for that shit. It takes me all the next day takes me 2 days to recover. Like to start thinking again. Liquor,
like taste of liquor.
Do I like the taste of liquor?
Yes.
I love it. What do you mean? Do I like the taste?
I'm on the other end of the spectrum. I hate the taste, and I don't really like being drunk, and I really hate being sick afterwards, which I get super easily. I have a hard time getting any kind of buzz without the other side of it being so much worse than the high was.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it gets worse. The hangovers get worse every year. So,
is that, you think it's an age thing or an alcohol thing? Okay.
Yeah, it gets real. There was a time when I'd be the hangover be over at like 3 for me, and then it went to 6, and then it went to the next day, and now I'm back to 3, but it's just the next day. It gets worse. So you just have to drink more at the front to have more fun to make up for the longer hangover.
I think it has to do something with your brain rehydrating. I think it affects fighters too as they get older. I think it's not just the concussions that do away with that little gelatinous layer of goo you've got between your brain and your skull. I think when you get older, you're not as good at keeping that juicy after a weight cut because they dehydrate themselves down to make weight and then they try to rehydrate, but their brain is the last thing to rehydrate and the first thing to dehydrate when you're doing that cut.
Yeah.
So they've got a dry, crispy brain rattling around and they're more easily concussed. But I think that happens to old guys too. There aren't too many after 35 champions other than Volkanovski and a couple heavyweights.
Yeah. And I think like how much of the hangover is just that, what you were saying, like you're just depleted of all your electrolytes. And so your body's all fucked up because like there's no more potassium or magnesium or whatever. Probably
a lot of it's that, but also you're poisoned. Your liver is literally removing the poison from your body. And so you're recovering from being poisoned as far as your body's concerned. But I think the dehydration is a big part of the like dull, sort of not with it, can't wake up and get in the moment kind of feeling from a hangover. So I don't know. I never really had hangovers. I would always hydrate really well. Like if I was going to actually drink.
Mm.
When we would drink on here, I would drink a lot of water, like our Gatorade, like between the drinks and before the drinks and after the drinks. And I was always good the next day.
I mean, that's the common knowledge idea. It's like you just water up and Gatorade up. And then you're not
I always hear stories about guys like you. Yeah, well, this one guy I knew would drink a Gatorade before he started drinking. That's horseshit.
That's horseshit. Not trying it.
Gatorade with vodka in it? No, real Gatorade, I swear. Oh shit, string him up.
We've had some rough drinking episodes on here before. Once I'm drunk, I just keep drinking until I get real sick with it.
Then you get deeper in that hole where you go from like, oh, the next day would have still been rough to like now the next day is like you're waking up with that so dry it's alarming mouth. Like, is there any good liquid in my body right now? Clearly not. Need to go pound some fluid.
Not the last drinking episode, but the one before it, I think was the worst. I can still remember how like awful I felt after that. Yeah, the pepperoni nipple episode. That's me.
What is that?
I created a scale of pepperoni nipples to grade anything and everything. I really just making fun of this sailing YouTuber that Woody liked because she's got big old pepperoni nipples. and when I'm drunk, I get mean. So, although clearly I ordered those pepperoni and that poster board sober. So
I think that's probably why you weren't horribly hungover, is because you must have eaten half a log of pepperoni, getting those electrolytes in
those greasy pepperonis were like really fortifying me against all that vodka or whatever I was drinking.
Yeah,
that was
I saw this video where a girl did like two videos, and she was taking a shot and then doing her blood alcohol content, the breathalyzer. And in one she ate before, and the other one she just did it and then ate afterwards. And the one where she ate afterwards, it was like night and day. Like drinking before eating anything versus just, having something in your stomach. The having something in your stomach, she was totally fine, felt fine, sobered up at the end. And the other one, she abandoned the premise of the video and just started pounding more shots like 2 hours into it. It was really funny. And I said, this explains a lot, actually. Like I wish I had known this 20 years ago.
We did a drinking episode with breathalyzers. And I was surprised because like if you take a drink and then blow in the breathalyzer, it'll reach stupid high. Yeah. And then if you wait or maybe like just, I don't know, gargle or something, it'll go down to something much lower.
Yeah. Because if like you just take a drink, you're like blowing alcohol right into it. And it's like, oh, I didn't know someone could be 1.0.
Do y'all ever know anybody who had to get one of those blow and goes put in their car?
No.
You know what I'm talking about, right? So if you get if you had so many DUIs and shit, they put this mechanism in your fucking car and you have to blow into it. It's a breathalyzer, and your engine won't start if you blow hot. So people have all these workarounds. They'll get their kid in there. They'll work out like a balloon. Anything to
your
try
own
to like
breath.
You'd inflate it with a balloon pump. You're over there like.
Oh, I thought they pre-gamed it and kept like a big balloon in their car for starting.
Hey, don't touch that. That's my driving balloon.
It's expensive, and you have to pay for it at your own expense. So
that makes sense.
I have a friend of a friend who had to get I think it cost $5,000 or $6,000 to get this thing put in their car.
Oh man,
they've got it. It's a $100,000 car. So maybe that made it cost more. But just the idea that at your expense, because you're such a menace to society, they've gone to that instead of just taking your license away. I don't like the DUI stuff. Like it's easy to catch one in your life, or maybe even two. We live a long fucking time, and there's nothing wrong with drinking casually. Shit can happen, and maybe it wasn't a DUI. Maybe you had one beer and the cop was an asshole and you blew hot for some reason. Shit happens, is what I'm saying. But these people who have 4, 5, 6, 7, and then they're also hurting people as they go, injuring people, having violent wrecks, and they still don't throw them in jail. I've never understood that one. If you're outside recklessly shooting a gun, they'd lock your ass right up.
Yeah, they got boogie for that.
And they keep telling the same story. You're like, fuck, I already heard this one.
Sitting right here.
Over and over.
Why don't you go for a drive, cool off?
I'd be so embarrassed if I had a blow-up
Can't,
door
I
in
don't
my
have
car.
my balloon.
Like, how do you explain that to the girl? Like, you're like, hey, you want to go somewhere? Like, yeah, hop in. Do you explain to her when we sit in the car so you have it to gesture toward in case she's never heard of this? Or do you tell her up beforehand that, like, funny thing, weird situation, but because at some point when she gets,
I'm borrowing the car.
Here's the thing: whenever I turn my car on, I blow it. It's just to set a good example, sweetheart.
You just have to treat it right. I treat my car right.
Now, if you wouldn't mind blowing into that, we can be on our way.
All your neighbors have fucked up mailboxes.
I like to have a snort before I hit the road. What's the problem?
I'm gonna level out.
Trust me, you don't want me shaky on the roads.
No, this is an imported car. Yeah, all of them in Europe are like this. This is a Ford.
If you're raised
Damn liberals.
If you're raised with that kind of DUI culture, I'll call it, you can normalize that stuff and start thinking it's normal. Because my dad never did, but he had friends who I'll never forget bumping into one of his friends at the gas station. The dude was buying a whole bunch of beer, like at least a 12-pack, and it was a rainy day, like that overcast, like rainy gray day. And I'm like, hey, what's going on, buddy? He's like, not much, just getting me a 12-pack of Natty Light. On a rainy day like this, I like to drink and cruise. I was like, what the fuck are you? He was 100% serious. He stumbled into his truck, cracked one open, and
it sounds nice when you put it like that.
It is nice.
He's like talking to some gay guy in San Francisco later. He's like, I talk to these wonderful men. They like cruising too.
I've been on this website. It's called Drinking and Cruising. I met a lot of friends.
a lot of gay fellas. They were into hard alcohol.
I wonder if anybody's ever accidentally went on one of those gay cruises. Like it'd be one thing to stumble into a gay bar. Like I hear dudes talk about accidentally stumbling into a lesbian bar, and like there's some funny hijinks to be had with that. It's all the people in those bars are usually really accepting, and it becomes this funny little moment. But I wonder if anyone ever accidentally booked a whole cruise. Like now they're going to the Bahamas and back with 437 gay dudes.
That would
my uncle
like that.
Took his son when his son was a kid. My uncle and him went to Disneyland. My uncle's like a Navy guy, like a real buttoned up, by the book military man. And it was gay day when they went to Disneyland. And the way you signified if you were gay was by wearing a red shirt or something like that for AIDS awareness or something. Mm-hmm. So obviously, they showed up not knowing any of this and in two bright red shirts. And they walk in. So it's like an old guy and this maybe he's 18, but nobody's asking. But he said Disneyland gave them some free shirts so they
I had the same thing happen to one of my mom's friends. They accidentally went on gay day, and of course this is like 1998 in the Baptist church South, so they're just faggots everywhere, Kyle, you wouldn't believe it. Smooching right there in front of Donald Duck. Oh, you wouldn't believe the things we saw.
Whole ship smelled strange.
Overchlorinated.
I've never been. I went to Disneyland. I've never been to Disney World.
That's the bad one. Disney World's a good one. Or that's
I'm aware. I'm fully aware. Trust me. Like we were in LA and it was like, let's go to the amusement park, and someone was like Disneyland, and I was like, that sounds like a place full of roller coasters. Cool. Mm-hmm. There's actually a badass roller coaster park in LA. I don't know the name of it, but we drove past it on the way home from Disney. We drove past Magic Mountain on the way home from Disneyland.
How old were you?
27?
If you're like 9, then Disneyland might be a fit for you. I know you like the big roller coasters, but you can enjoy that.
No, I was a big boy.
We drove.
I paid a taxi driver to get there, but I was so disappointed in the fucking Disneyland because I love roller coasters. It's one of my favorite things about Six Flags Atlanta here and being close to Six Flags is the access to those roller coasters. It's sick. I can't believe, I don't know if it was you, Taylor, or another group of guys that we were talking about the E-Coli outbreak in like 1997 or 98 in Atlanta at the water park.
Yeah, we were talking about that.
They were like, "Oh yeah, that's funny." And then I linked the article, and it's like tragedy in Atlanta because there were deaths, like people died. This kid had diarrhea in the pool, and there was a mass E. coli outbreak because other people ate the shit water, and they died from E. coli. And I always say, like, I remember it vividly because I went to that water park the week after it reopened, and it smelled like a bucket of bleach and chlorine rubbed into your face. That place was sparkling clean. It was the cleanest water park there's ever been.
That was a good time.
Except for all the ones that didn't get shit in.
Yeah.
Even those. I mean,
You're
you're not getting good water. Did
they tell everybody that the kid had diarrhea, or was it like a Jaws?
It was
like a shark attack.
It was like a national news story when it happened. Like the kid diarrheaed into like the lazy river or something.
That's what ISIS is going to do next. They're just going to go around diarrheaing and everything.
Oh, I'd hate that.
Ideas.
Are they going to get it all over the fucking food at Chipotle again? And make me have to think twice? Not really. I didn't think twice.
They found out that Chipotle gives white people smaller portions.
Well, that is unacceptable.
Who gets the larger portions? Black people? Mexican people? I thought Mexican was actually my guess. Because
no, they don't employ Mexicans there. It's a Mexican restaurant. It's black people.
I thought it was the customer's race that mattered, not the person's working there.
Well, only one of them is a variable in the equation. So,
yeah. So you're saying
not both be variables? I'm confused.
Because it's only black people that work at Chipotle in my experience. But
I didn't know.
Yeah.
Well, you live in Atlanta.
Oh, that's true. It's only black people that work everywhere. It clouds my view of things.
Judgment. I was just in my head. I'm like, how many black guys are there at my local Chipotle? Am I getting fucking hosed? But they're mostly white or Hispanic.
Black people only work at the airport here.
Oh my God. Go to the Atlanta airport if you want to avoid whites. If you're allergic to white people, head over to TSA at the Atlanta airport. Yeah. You'll be straight, as they say.
There's no white people at all.
There's no white people at all. TSA Atlanta single-handedly props up the African American fat woman community. Like it is, without them, those women would be starving in the streets because it is nothing but overweight black women patting folks down at Atlanta, like scanning you through, and it always has.
My kink. Say less.
Let me check your asshole.
I thought you'd never ask.
Is it a really good? Is it like a well-oiled machine they got there at the TSA in Atlanta?
Of course, it really is. Like I've never had any issues at all. It's the busiest airport in the world. I think most of that is the packages that UPS does and all that business. But still, I've never had any issues there. I had all my issues at Chicago and fucking JFK, and those two airports have fucked me over and lost my shit. Nowhere else.
That's only two airports with how much you've traveled. That's not a bad ratio.
Yeah, that's the worst when you get there and you don't have your shit. Like I went to paintball one time and didn't have my paintball gear. It just didn't come. Or that one time when they just took all my belts inexplicably. Like, I don't know why I packed extra belts, but I did, and they took them all.
When I went to Mexico, Dallas lost my luggage, but I just made a wit out of it. I don't know. I bought something to wear the next day and spent the extra day in Mexico City and did touristy stuff. It's cool.
Would you be any less likely to do that Mexico trip today with all of the stuff that's going on?
I would not be less likely. I don't think the Mexican citizens are, at least the ones I bumped into, like the dude riding 5 people maybe on a motorcycle, gave a fuck about international politics.
Yeah, I wasn't worried about villagers accosting you as much as difficulties with border patrol or like going in and out and anything potential like that.
I'll just lean on my whiteness. They'll let me right back in.
Yeah. I don't know.
This is a North Carolina driver's license. This is worth it.
El gringo. I don't think they're going to be blown away by the North Carolina driver's license. No, I wonder if they're going to actually follow through and strike the cartels down there, because there was so much talking the cartels as terrorist organizations, and they did. But I want some follow through. I want some drone strikes.
Dude, it's 100 days and he hasn't passed any legislation. Like, I can't think of.
You want more change? That is not my complaint. that he hasn't done enough.
He hasn't done anything durable. Like maybe that's good,
Oh.
maybe that's bad. It depends on who you are. But all it's been is like some executive orders that are easily overturned, a bunch of DEI red meat. You know, what did he remove? Pronouns from email signatures, shit like that.
Big
Yeah,
win.
but look at everything Israel got. I mean, come on.
Touche.
They're almost at war with Iran.
And we've been bombing Yemen like every day for
every day.
Is it 30
Yeah.
days in a row? I don't want to exaggerate. I
It's a lot
saw
of
it
days.
recently. I don't want to get I try to get my facts right. But we are basically at war with Yemen and we just don't talk about it.
Who's in Yemen that we're bombing? Is it the Houthis?
The Houthis. Yeah, we're trying to keep the shipping industry safe in that area. And but I guess it's mostly European shipping that goes through there.
You're welcome, Europe.
Yeah.
So you guys think we're gonna have a hot war with Iran?
I mean, I don't think so, but maybe if things were going better for Trump, he'd have that ammo to like now a hot war with Iran. But everything seems to be going so poorly in all sectors that I don't know if he can swing that one. And I don't think he should. He's going to push for a new nuclear deal with Iran, some new piece of paperwork with them. And he's trying to manipulate them into doing that at gunpoint. The way he put those bombers within striking range is a huge flex. There's no telling what that flex cost just to move all the pieces into position on the board like he's done.
Jump in.
Yeah.
I always wonder what the variable cost is. Because sometimes they'll be like, we spent $500 million putting these planes here. Like, okay, what would we have spent if we were just training back in Texas with them or Missouri or whatever? Because that's the gap that I care about. If we spent $500 million, but we were going to spend $450 million anyway, who cares, right? It's just a little bit different than our normal budget.
Yeah, it's more though. It's definitely more because they flew those things from Missouri to the Indian Ocean, and they're $2 billion a pop, and we've only got 18 of them. And they refuel them on the way there, which wouldn't be necessary in a normal training exercise.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know if they do normal training exercises in their $2 billion planes. Seems like you train in something else.
I don't know. I bet they train refueling over Missouri sometimes.
Yeah, probably.
Just
You got to train somewhere. May as well do it kind of close to where you're going to land.
Well, I'm all for them bombing the Houthis because that seems like any president in charge would be tasked with dealing with that and would do the same thing, I think. I'm more concerned with Trump's more interesting moves. Like I still don't like that guy hasn't seemingly gotten a fair shake and he was sent to that prison. I don't think that was a good guy. He's definitely got gangbanger friends and affiliations and seems like something weird's going on, but they don't have any proof. And I would want them to have proof if they were doing it to you. You know what I mean?
Come on. If my wife was that fat, I'd want to get deported. Have you seen?
Okay, there you go.
See the picture?
All right, let's shift to that because you're damn right. I'm starting to think that he's down there and he's like whispering to that Democratic senator, "Don't worry, this is much better than home. Trust me. Bitch, all day long." He's like drinking his fucking pina colada.
Trying to escape his fat wife.
That and they dug.
Are you one of these
rights
guys, Kyle? Like Constitution?
Yeah,
due
I like
process?
rights.
Yeah, I am.
That's gay.
I know it's very gay. That's what they're saying.
We're marching over everybody.
This is just a
Get
steady
the hell
march.
out of the country. Enjoy the concentration camp, bitch.
I'm okay with the gulag, just not for us. I like that America first shit. I like that we get our own special rules. I'm okay with that. I think when American steps foot in a European land like France, they should all do that thing. Like when a president comes on an airplane and they're like, "Hey, Jimmy Carter's on the flight." So and everybody's like, "Fucking yes, sir. Oh, President Carter, sir, can I shake your hand?" That's how it should be when an American walks the streets of France. Okay?
They should put their prayer rugs down and pray to you.
Yes,
They should. Yeah,
Shuffle your prayer rugs to the side of the canal, and an American is walking through.
Bow to me. I like that.
A little bow, just one of them.
I'm the black box.
Wow. Yeah, I like that.
That's
That's a good idea. We should get a little more respect, no matter what country we go to.
But here at home, I don't like the idea of anybody being snatched up and sent somewhere they shouldn't go without us proving it first. And God, they keep asking him to prove it. And they act so like, ha, you want us to prove it? Well, here's some not proof. What do you think of that? You like that not proof? Here's some hearsay. Oh, now you're on the ropes, aren't you? You like that, didn't you?
Double hearsay, by
here's
the
some
way.
shit I just made up. Oh, now you're done. Yeah, you're done.
Their informant didn't even claim to know. Their informant claimed he knew someone who knew that he was in MS-13. And then they sent him to El Salvador Supermax prison and for life on double hearsay.
They let him out of there.
Got those tattoos,
I know. Oh, those tattoos are proof to you? I've seen MS-13 tattoos. You know how I can tell? They say MS-13. They don't say smiley face Church of Christ or whatever the fuck his tattoo said.
His are a little nicer than some of the tats I've seen on the other inmates. Like Satan Jones, I noticed, had a lot of teardrops.
I don't like that.
Well, it's his real name. Don't make light of it. His name's Satan. That's not in. Well, what of it?
He just likes crying. Those tears. Those tears could mean anything.
Face
yeah,
and a Christian cross.
Just some tattoos on your knuckles.
He's emotional. He's an emotional guy.
He's a crybaby.
That tattoo, that teardrop, does not say "I killed."
Yeah.
Luis.
He just likes Blade Runner.
Oh well, it says MS-13. I stand corrected.
Okay, got a
My
pot
mistake.
leaf. We got like a smiley face. Thing. A crucifix and a skull. Is that MS-13? Is that legit? Like, what's going on there?
Yeah, it's close enough. We got a guy with tattoo knuckles. Somebody said he's in MS-13. We got to deport millions of people.
Let's not pretend this guy, is fucking pastor or whatever a good person.
No, he's probably not a good guy.
But this is not proof of MS-13 in the slightest. And
I think
the fact that they took MS Paint to write MS-13 above each one is fucking weird.
No, that was really on his knuckles. They're tattooed in a weird way.
Been doctored.
They look like
That's
that.
weird. It's the same font they used above.
Yeah, well, this guy, that's what they don't tell you. He loves Calibri.
We're like
MS-13 always using new times Roman.
Yeah. This guy's not a Times New Roman gangster. He's a Calibri. He likes Apple products. Yeah.
Yeah, they let him out of the gulag they had him in, and they put him in some other like decent prison, or at least an El Salvadorian prison that's considered decent. So as far as I'm concerned,
he's already
justice
out.
has been he's in a different prison, not the hellhole prison. So I think justice has been served, frankly. like he's not honestly like he's from El Salvador. He doesn't belong here. They want him out. He's out. He ain't coming back. He's out of the gulag. He's into some better facilities. It seems like it's the best.
Wait, I can't tell if you're joking because he was here.
And his wife's
he
on
came
a
here
diet,
seeking asylum. He was granted asylum. The judge said not to deport him, so he was legal at the time. And they rounded him up for nothing with no trial and sent him out. So he should at least be like illegal. And even if he was, I'm not sure he belongs in a prison in El Salvador for that.
Oh, Woody.
Well, you win some, you lose some.
That's me. I get that all the time.
Look at you, bleeding heart, liberal.
Well, there's a right and wrong in this, and I feel like sometimes like morality and right versus wrong is left out. Too often I hear it's going to be me or it's not going to be me. And I'm like, what is this like narcissistic lens in which people view all this stuff? How come no one has a sense of right and wrong or morality or like, you guys can't see that taking someone and throwing them into an El Salvador Supermax prison for the rest of his life, which was their intent, for doing nothing is bad. And your counter argument is, well, it won't happen to me. Like that makes you bad too. Like, let's do good things on this planet. Let's be good people. What is the fucking point of this cruelty? Why are we being bad people?
Because we got 20 million illegals dumped on our heads, and there's no way to get rid of them other than a fire sale where a couple innocent people are going to get swept up in it. But we got to get rid of these people or else the country's fucked. I don't want to live in a country where it's like tens of millions of Somalians and Haitians and Venezuelans are dumped into major cities that we have to deal with. I don't even care if it's wrong to get rid or how we get rid of them. We just got to get rid of them. That's my take. People are like, I hear the morality argument and I'm like, man, I'm just not even in that universe anymore. We got to get these people on. We can't use trains because it's a bad look, but whatever can transport a lot of people,
And we don't have
load them
trains,
in,
so
get
good.
them the fuck out of here.
Yeah,
We do planes here.
We do planes.
Planes,
are more
planes
yeah.
is a little high cost. Yeah, military planes.
I don't know
sometimes.
why we land the plane when you could just parachute them to wherever you're taking them. Turn around.
That's
That
cool.
saves
You're
so
giving-
much on fuel.
Now you're giving them a story.
See,
Yeah.
Kyle's making money with this plan.
We charge
save so
them
much.
for this this experience we're
That
giving them.
parachute was $185, by the way. What?
Push them over the,
Send 'em a
the
bill.
jungles
Take his
of Brazil.
wallet on the way down.
Yeah.
Why do you see the conversion rate in El Salvador? You piece of shit. And just push them out over 4,000 feet up. Now I'm with you a little bit, Woody, but I just think that this guy just seemed like a not a good guy, and a guy who just has so many like almost bad guy things about him that I do want him gone. And him seeking that asylum thing, it's just been abused by like not only by the people applying for it, but by the system itself. They're like, oh, what you want to do is say that you apply for asylum. Do you know that word? Oh, trust me, I'll work the paperwork out so you stay here forever. They were just waving them through at the border and then giving them those like we'll see you in court sometime situations. And this guy was granted asylum for what? Because he's afraid of El Salvador and like being threatened there.
Something like that. Yeah, I've gone out of my way not to defend the man and instead defend like the action and the process and stuff, because the man could very likely come up to be not such a good guy, right? Apparently, I think the claim is that the El Salvador gangs were after him. And I'm like, okay, why is that? Why is that? Why were the gangs targeting you? Did they want you to be in the gang? Were you in some other gang? Like I'm asking questions like Tucker Carlson would, just good faith here.
Mhm.
And so then he moves to America and he applies for asylum, because that apparently is the only legal process that works for people. You come and you say, look, they were after me in El Salvador. I need you to help me. I need to escape where I came from. And they said, okay, you're in. So don't deport this man. He's on his way to being a legal immigrant. And then the Trump administration comes in and says, you know what? Judges, they don't have armies. They can suck a dick. We're sending him to an El Salvador supermax prison. There's nothing you can do about it. And that's where my right versus wrong like senses start tingling. I'm like, you're just a bad man. Like you're not a good person if you're for taking guys like this, seeking a better life, and throwing them in an El Salvador supermax prison. He's not accused of breaking any laws here. He has no criminal record here.
He broke in illegally. He's an illegal.
No, the process is you come in, then apply for asylum while you're here. So
He waited
if he was
years.
illegal before the process of before he applied for asylum, I didn't know it was years. I didn't know about that. So, but he had done it, and he had legal status at the time they threw him out. And I'm just like, I don't know. What they really should do, and I bet a lot of people agree on this, is have a better immigration process so that people don't have to come here and then apply for asylum after the fact and try to work their way in with probably a packet of lies. You know, like you say, I'm a political prisoner over in my country as a way to get in. I don't like that the whole thing is lie based, but it's the only thing that works because we don't have a legal immigration system that works in this country.
Yeah. The only thing that jumps out at me is like I don't like the Supermax El Salvador prison thing. Like that seems to be the sticking point for a lot of people. Like he came to America illegally. He doesn't belong here. And so I think it would have been totally sufficient just to be like, all right, you know, we're putting you on a plane back to El Salvador. And then your country's government can decide what to do with you. But like whether or not they charge you for gang affiliation, whatever it is up to them. We're just getting you out of here. We're not sending you to a Supermax. We're not sending, certainly I do not like at all the like floating of like, maybe we send some American citizens to Supermax. That's ridiculous because to Kyle's point, we're American citizens. We do have
you don't like
more
that either?
rights. Shipping the American. No, if you're an American, you should serve your time here in our horrible prisons.
Oh man. What's the crime like in your city?
St. Louis, worse than yours.
They're leading the league.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't know. St. Louis.
It's bad, right?
It's there with the third world countries. Like they compete at an Olympic level and like.
And you don't want to get rid of those guys?
No, they just should be locked up here.
Wouldn't it be funnier if they were locked up in hell?
Well, it would be funnier.
It would be a little funnier.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie about
Yeah.
it. It's totally
They're still,
fine.
you know,
What are you talking about, Taylor? These guys are bad
Haven't
guys.
consider which was
Oh, a
funnier,
lot of
Taylor?
them.
What's wrong with you?
That's true. I'm being kind of a homo right now.
Yeah, you're like a woman.
No, why can't we lock them up in our prisons?
It's too nice. You can't beat and abuse them in our
Yeah,
prisons.
but you can slave. Yeah, but we have legal slavery here, which
Yeah,
most
they have
countries don't
illegal
have.
slavery.
Yeah, look, what they're doing down in the South, they'll rent out prisoners to fast food restaurants in town for $0 pay. So you leave jail, you go to KFC and work a full day. You go back to jail and go to sleep. The jail gets paid for your KFC wages, and it's the same. It's the same people who decide when you get your parole, right? So why would they parole their best fry cook?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Send
true.
them there. Why we're paying like $6 million, $12 million, whatever to send people to El Salvador? It's costing us money. We could slave them out at KFC and Bama. All right,
Maybe
KFC,
we get
what's
some.
cooking, baby? That's where they're going.
How about this, Jack? We get some Aryan Brotherhood guys staffing some Chipotles, equalize
Marcus.
this bull fiasco that I've been informed about, where apparently I'm being attacked with racism when I don't even realize it. Did that black guy in front of me not even have to ask for double meat? They just loaded his ass up.
They load them up. And you know what?
I'm furious.
It's always chicken.
Well, they're more liberal with their chicken scoops than they are with their steak scoops by a good bit, even though they already priced that into the fucking equation on the board.
How much is extra chicken?
$4.
It's like $4, $4.50.
Dude, I swear to God, if I slipped a single across the counter and said, "This is the kind of tip I give to people who really double up on the chicken," you could get that quadruple chicken for $1.
You could, and but I've already shared this
in your burrito. That's the kind of tip I give for people who think $1 is a tip.
And you can hear you can hear the shackles off the linoleum, off the floor as they're moving behind there. They actually do have to hand it to the next guy in the station. And that's what we've said it before, but there's nothing better than both tricking the guy into giving you full scoop meat, and then you pontificate, perhaps I will have double meat. Then he has to boom, no, because he's already established the scoop size, and then lines of communication shatter. Sometimes someone has to walk in the back. They hand it to the 18-year-old girl running the register, and then you just lie. Sometimes they don't even put that mark on there with the marker, the S with a circle around it to show you're fat. No, they just hand it. They're expecting me to pay it forward. Fuck you. No, I'm taking the double meat free of charge every time I can.
I don't even know what Chipotle really. I don't eat at Chipotle. I don't know how to order at Chipotle. I feel like I need a tour guide.
I don't know how you guys are so
You've been going to the wrong place too.
I'm equally lost at Starbucks. Do you want a coffee? I'm like, I mean, if I knew what I was doing, I might get one. but I don't know how to order coffee here.
You got the sizes and the types and all.
I just feel like they have their own sub language of how to order a coffee at Starbucks.
Well, it's Italian.
Well, that's probably
the lost language of Italian. What do I got to do? I never did figure out what venti is. At
20.
At Chipotle, you walk in and you let them know that you want a burrito, and they throw down the burrito, and you start pointing, right? You just tell them what you want in there, like Subway. It's Mexican Subway.
Yeah, way better than Subway.
Are there rules like you're only supposed to point from one in this group and one in that group?
Oh no, you leave the.
This is like what a king would ask serfs about, go farming every day, do you? That's quite the endeavor, isn't it?
I don't eat there, man. I don't know.
You walk in and it's got the food on the placard, and you say what you want, and then they give it to you, and you exchange legal tender in exchange for the service.
I would probably pick amongst. There's some pre-mades, right? Where maybe there's a name for one. I'll take the heroes. Turkey Chipotle.
None of that. Not at
fuck this place.
No.
I can't pass your test.
Right, come on, we're gonna do it right. I'm gonna make you a Chipotle burrito, Woody. All right,
I'm
gonna make you a burrito. What do you want? I got your tortilla here. You want rice?
Welcome to Chipotle.
You want rice in there?
Yes.
All right. Got white rice, brown rice. You're the line.
White rice.
All right, I got your white rice, black beans, brown beans. Pintos, black beans.
I don't know. Black beans?
It's beans.
All right, black beans it is. The man knows what he wants, folks. Chicken, barbacoa. You want steak?
Okay,
I got spicy
barbacoa is
chicken.
not a real word.
Barbacoa is a real word.
No, it's made up.
Pick your meat: pork, chicken, steak.
Steak.
All right, 1 scoop or 2.
1.
There you go. You want guac with that? Queso?
No, it's too fatty.
Okay, any veggies? Lettuce, to pico de gallo, salsas.
Fajita
Got
vegetables?
lots of sauces here.
Pico. I'll do pico.
Oh, a little pico. You want the juice or I drain the juice? It's draining.
This is the question they ask
Oh,
you.
you're getting dry pico. Dry pico. He waited too long. Okay, is that it? Anything else? Cheese?
Dude, I feel like I just did the thing I do with the frozen yogurt places where I combine too much and it's actually shitty.
No. You have not enough ingredients yet. Do you want cheese in this motherfucker?
There's more?
Yes, there's cheese.
I don't like being on the spot.
Shredded cheese or queso. It's just so important.
I changed my order. I'll have what that guy in front of me had.
No, the burrito's already halfway made. You can't go back.
Taco. Smash it all.
And then one of those ex-cons is gonna leap across the counter and
I make
attack you.
17 out for this shit.
Oh.
Just turn my
Just get the
camera
steak.
off in the middle of Chipotle.
Oh yeah, I'm throwing like I'm always doing the trying to add just as much stuff that they can barely close it. Or like if it's looking a little light at the end, I'm like, all right, fucking some pickled jalapenos, throw that in the mix.
I literally don't want one that barely close. I want one that I can eat without spilling on my shirt.
So when they roll it, it's a show because they're a good burrito meister is like crinkling the edges up and rolling it up, and it looks like he's creating a fusion reaction in there. The burrito gets all stretchy and gummy from the steam they hit it with. So it's just this. It looks like it's about to explode looking at it. It's almost translucent. You can see beans poking through a little bit.
It's like an old woman's hand skin.
This is just pre-mess. I don't want that.
Oh, you eat it over a bowl of chips and you create nachos.
Jesus.
I haven't done that before, but that is
Dick, what is your response to this? Are you shocked that I'm not a Chipotle expert, or that?
Well, I thought I was the only one because everyone's always talking about Chipotle and like all their experience with it. It's like I don't know. It's like guys talking about the Matrix.
Where did you guys? Was this the same time they taught you the electric slide? Something everyone but me knows. Like, where did you learn these societal?
I know the mashed potato. I could do the twist.
The electric slide. Or the twist.
I don't know. You start going to weddings, and I'm like, I just wasn't here when the electric slide was giving out. I don't know why everyone knows this.
I can line dance a little. No, the Macarena.
I get to a wedding. I'm like, got a few drinks in me. I'm like, we'll figure the electric slide out. I'm not gonna not dance with everybody. We're gonna figure this out. Doing a little too much lateral head movement. But then by the second time around, you learn it. But you're also wedding drunk, and so then next time you don't remember.
Yeah, I've done a lot of electric slide, but I couldn't do it solo.
You wouldn't want to do it solo.
I'm a half.
Well, don't be intimidated by these burrito places. If you see a Moe's or a Willie's or a Chipotle, you pull right in there and you let them know you want a burrito, and just you can't fuck it up.
I'm gonna pull in there at 2:30 p.m. Be like, all right, this place is empty. I'm gonna need some guidance. I'm a Chipotle virgin. Let's learn to bang.
They're gonna hate you.
Yeah, well, I did lead a little weird.
You did lead weird. What the fuck did you say to me? He's got his chains clanging because he's an Aryan Brotherhood guy
trying to learn to bang. I thought you could teach me.
I wanted to know: is there any actual evidence that we're being victimized by the food portions, or is that just like a Reddit tale someone was saying?
You serious?
A little bit of both, Clark? I think. You serious about that, Mark? Clark. Serious about that, Clark? fucking Christmas Vacation. Fucking Chevy Chase. All the kids are around. Chevy Chase goes, "Hey kids, we heard from the weatherman. He spotted Santa over Detroit." And the kids go, "Ooh, wow!" We're in Chicago, so it's kind of close by.
Yeah.
Uncle Eddie, sure about that, Clark? concerned. The Air Force just spotted Santa's sleigh. Oh, I love that fucking movie. Yeah, I think the Kilmar guy's a bad guy, and we'll never find out if he's a good guy because he's gone. I do like how forcefully that Pam Bondi's been. Just like he's he'll never be a Maryland father. Like I'm so mean and so hardcore. It like seemed like
Yeah, they stole his Ravens hat before they sent him.
Oh, that's dirty.
Yeah, like no. They just stuck some like minor league Venezuelan baseball team's hat on
you
him.
saw
Get out of here.
a hat though. Even like that's why. Look, you've got evidence on somebody. You have flight logs and DNA and you like pictures and video and shit. You don't say he was wearing a Chicago Bulls cap, and you know what that means. You know what that means, right? Right.
Mhm. He doesn't think LeBron's the GOAT.
It means he supports a shitty basketball team. Like, what the fuck are you talking about right now? But they said that the Chicago Bulls hat is an MS-13 gang sign, or it means that he is in good standing with them. And it's just like, man, if you're saying something that flimsy, then the rest of it's probably equally flimsy. So that's worrying. But yeah, I don't like that he got sent to the gulag, but they let him out of the gulag, Woody. He's in some sort of regular El Salvadorian prison, which is probably very nice.
It's probably like
I
those
was
Finnish
wondering
prisons.
how it compared. Like, from what I'm told, the El Salvadorian Supermax prison is very unpleasant, but kind of safe. I
Yeah.
don't know what's true, but like they're so locked down that people aren't abusing each other. If he just goes in
They're handcuffed like to each other.
Mhm.
Are you making that up or is that real?
No, I mean every time I see them, they're in this weird position where their arms are behind their
They
back,
need to lean forward and stuff.
and they're like giving a backwards hug.
I think that's a
Yeah.
punishment. I think that somebody did something wrong, and they're doing that to them now.
But if you just put me in an El Salvadorian Gen Pop prison, I might ask for the strict one back.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know
they
how
have nothing
terrible
there.
it is
They have like the list of their personal items is like 5 things. They don't even have a blanket. They don't have a blanket. Like we didn't have pillows, and I was like, "What the fuck? They don't? What do you mean we don't have pillows? You people just don't sleep with pillows? No, we don't get. We're not allowed." I'm like, "Well, can I make myself a fucking pillow?" They'll take it. It's like, fuck.
well, Mr. Myers building himself a pillar.
That's what they did, dude. They would do that, and then the old guy who had like 2 mattresses, they're like, "Leon, what are you doing with 2 mattresses? You know better than that. You're 74 years old." And it's like, bro, are you confiscating that old man? He's like trying to get up so they can take his mattress away. Fuck. So these guys don't even have any of that. They're sleeping on metal racks. Like,
They didn't let you have pillows, Kyle?
no.
So would you use like a bundle of clothing or something to make? That's what I do when I camp.
I took a sheet and I stuffed it full of like my sweatshirts and sweatpants and then bundled that up. And then in the morning when the lights came on, I disassembled it quickly so no one would know.
Wow.
I can't imagine you were the only one pulling that maneuver. Like,
A man's pillow is his own business, Taylor. You don't press.
yeah,
Yeah.
damn, that sucks. That sounds.
There was a
awful.
guy who had taken the like freeze dried coffee came in this little container with a snap lid. It was small. It was like maybe 8 ounces, and he had used it all, and then he had also gotten like a roll of Oreo type cookies that are in like cellophane wrapper. You tear it open, and now you can never reseal it. So he was storing the cookies in the empty coffee container. And the assistant warden came through and picked it up and went, "Shake, shake, shake. What do we have here?" This 40-year-old woman goes, "What do we have here?" And I'm like, "The fuck do we have? Oh my." I'm like peeking over trying to see what's going on because she's going like cell to cell looking for contraband. And she's like, pours his cookies out. She's like, "Cookies in an uncertified container." Ha ha. Not today. Like, took this man's cookies away. This 45-year-old man lost his Oreos.
We're gonna sit here and watch you eat every single one of them.
She took
Was
them.
she fat? Because that would be
No,
like
she was-
that would be really important contraband for her.
Yeah.
She was like, "I'm gonna take these for further study." Yeah, I'm gonna get a good. Let me see
Yeah,
where these came.
chocolate
These
chip.
might be outside cookies. It's hard to tell. No, she took that grown man's fucking cookies away. So yeah, they'll take your pillow away in a heartbeat. But those
Oh.
guys in El Salvador don't have fucking pillows.
I haven't had cookies in so long. Cookies are amazing.
Treat yourself.
Yeah,
There's
why?
no cumbersome ordering process with cookies. You just go buy the
Right.
ones you.
Gonna
please.
go to Subway, walk out with just 2 cookies.
That's a fat
Which-
move.
You got
Is it?
That's a very-
the white
that's a
chocolate
move.
macadamia cookies from Subway. You know what Subway does now? They make a foot-long cookie, Woody.
No, they do not.
They make a foot long cookie. They shape it like a sandwich and they make this big griddle cookie.
What?
Yeah.
Cookie technology has advanced since I've stopped eating cookies.
See what I'm talking about? You look away for a moment, the world passes you by.
You stopped eating cookies completely?
Well, I mean,
He's off. He's clean.
It's not like a moral thing. I just trying not to be fat, and I can't remember my last cookie. I mean, it's probably 3-4 years ago. Like, it's not like I never have a cookie, but
Oh my god,
That's so long.
so I'm
that's a
googling
long
this.
time.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
You haven't had a cookie in your 50s yet.
Yeah,
You've yet to have your inaugural 50s
I just don't
cookie.
have cookies very much.
He doesn't have those rock-like cheat days.
No, I do.
Man, do they come in any of the Subway flavors?
I would imagine so. I would imagine they do the white chocolate macadamia, which is their premier cookie, if you ask me.
There's one that has like craisins in it or something, right? Is that the white chocolate?
That's probably craisin oatmeal or something. That sounds pretty good.
I found the Subway press release. Subway reveals sidekicks, an irresistible collection of footlong cookies, churros, and pretzels. And some of these are bold, like they're almost like a deep dish pizza.
Wow,
Because there's like entire Oreos sticking out of the middle of it.
they really dropped that whole healthy thing, huh?
You think they can bake a footlong cookie with the same quality control standards they could the round ones?
Sure, why not? You do like a griddle cookie. It's in a little pan. You slide the pan. They got those little ovens already. They toast the sandwiches in.
I feel like it requires a greater baker.
I don't know. I trust the experts. The sandwich
At
artisans
Subway?
over at the Way. Yeah, I mean they train for years to get that job. You don't just walk in the door of a Subway and start making sandwiches.
No.
An Oreo cookie launched in January 2025, according to my research.
That's the one I'm looking at. The new Oreo footlong cookie. And inside the cookie, there are at least 6 cookies.
It's
Like total.
cookieception. Yeah.
I'm in with that. If I were on Shark Tank, I'd be shaking his hand right now.
I want to
I'd be the guy.
do a road trip to St. Louis with an extra helmet and bring Taylor to Subway. Be like, all right, I'm going to need help ordering. No, I can order from Subway.
Yeah, Chipotle is the same thing as Subway. It really is just that, pick this, pick that, put it in your. But they'll put anything in there you want them to. They'll make you a big lettuce burrito if you want it.
Yeah, you can pick any of the worst vegetables on earth to put in your sandwich.
There's a great YouTube video where the guy like makes the wettest, sloppiest burrito imaginable, just to piss the guy off. Like it's a bit like it's an actor on both sides making the sandwich, and he's just like, yeah, the pico de gallo, but just the juice. And you want rice? No rice.
Just the rice water.
Just the rice.
Like by the end, it's just a wet, soaked burrito with goo all over it. Yeah, it's great.
I have seen those like prank videos from probably 10 plus years ago now, where it's like just some shithead going to Subway and like having them make like a mayonnaise and olive oil sandwich where they keep asking like, is that enough mayonnaise? And he's like, no. And they're like, the whole sandwich is mayonnaise. What are you going to do? And they like get it to the end and then he just leaves. He just runs. Away. And he just wasted, a quart of mayonnaise and like a bunch of pickles.
That's kind of shitty. I always liked Vitaly and his early stuff. He would do the Russian guy. Like he would walk up to someone on a park bench. He's wearing a black suit, black sunglasses. He is Russian, so he has the accent. And he would hand them a black briefcase, and he would say something like, 30 seconds, your life or the money, you decide. And he'd walk away. And people would think it was a bomb or they had just been part of a drug deal or something and freak out and like, run around. It was good footage. But now I hear poor Vitaly is in custody and they're not going to let him out for a long, long time. What country was it? It wasn't
like Philippines
Singapore
or something?
It might have been the Philippines or Korea even, but he was arrested for menacing that woman. She didn't want to take part in his like street interview, and he's like, "I'll fucking kill you. I'll fucking kill you." Like he said something crazy like that. Like he kind of was like, "Oh," because he figured she didn't speak English.
Dude, Asian countries
the
hate
cameras,
that.
and he's also a little edgy. So they locked his ass up, and they're talking about like 2 or 3 years before the trial.
That happened to Amanda Knox too, right? Do you guys remember that?
Well, she killed somebody. That's in France.
She
right?
didn't kill anybody.
Oh shit.
She was
Plot
more than
thickens.
innocent. She's like super innocent. And but what she did do is fuck a couple guys. So this like her reputation got shattered. Foxy Noxy, Amanda Knox was her name. And the thing is they knew she was innocent like years before they let her go, and just kind of hung on to her because it was a little embarrassing to be so deep into the thinking she was guilty.
I remember there was a whole like CNN investigates or Dateline special or something about it. That was like 25 years ago, though. It's been a long time. I don't remember the details too well.
I heard a podcast about it. They talked to her too.
The world was smaller back then because there was no social media, and there was only like Nancy Grace had so much pull. Seemingly, she could make something a national story with her nasty ass. I remember that Natalie Holloway thing, that girl that got killed down in Aruba. Oh my God, that was in my house for a decade. My mom watched that shit religiously. You would think that my sister was Natalie Holloway and that she
Did
had
her
been
boyfriend get convicted? Did they catch him and find her? It was like a Dutch dude or something.
Yeah.
We should take Greenland as punishment.
100%.
Yeah, it was a rich Dutch dude, and he killed somebody else too. I think he got away with the Natalie Holloway thing for a while, and then he got caught for another girl, and then also got like punished for the Natalie thing concurrently. A real piece of shit who liked murdering girls on the beach, it seems. Yeah.
Yep. Well, before we jump to the next thing,
fine because it won't happen to me.
Seems like a lot of work dragging a body through the beach.
yeah, I'd pick an easier thoroughfare.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Put him in a hat, sunglasses, get on the subway,
Yeah.
drag it through the beach. It's hard to even run on the beach.
You joke. Did we talk about the guy who found the dead body on the subway and had sex with it?
We did.
I
I like that Taylor can't remember. I don't know. Probably, maybe.
Maybe. If anything, it seems like we've talked about that a couple times, like different incidents in different cities.
It's.
I believe that.
It's a new craze sweeping the nation.
Some guy just getting on the subway, being like, "Jackpot."
I think you told that joke.
Yeah, I bet it was.
That's how you know it's a banger.
That's how you know it's the exact same thing again. All right, this episode of PKA is brought to you by Prize Picks. What is Prize Picks? Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action. With over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 1,000 times your cash. Run your game all season long on Prize Picks. It's almost playoff time, and it's now or never. Don't miss out on the last few weeks of basketball action with Prize Picks, or hockey action. We can put hockey action in there too. Playoffs are pretty solid right now. I'm not stoked on the Blues. I'm thinking the Caps are going to win it all. Maybe, hopefully. That'd be kind of neat. The best place to win cash while watching the playoffs. It's the best way to get action on sports in more than 30 states, including California, Texas, Georgia, and Florida. So join over 10 million active members today. A great feature that Prize Picks invented is the flex play, which means you can still cash out if your lineup isn't perfect. You can double your money even if one of your picks doesn't hit. Sign up today and get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to get the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. Use promo code PAINKILLER when you sign up. Prize Picks also offers weekly promotions that can lead to big payouts like Taco Tuesday. Each Tuesday, Prize Picks discounts select player projections up to 25% to provide even more value for your lineups. So click the link in the description below and get started on Prize Picks today and make your sports watching experience even more exciting. The link is below, and remember to use code PAINKILLER to get that going. Again, that is Prize Picks, PRIZEPICKS.com, and use code PAINKILLER to get that $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even got to win. You just got to play the $5 and you get a $50 bonus.
My heart says Lakers, but my brain says Timberwolves. We'll see how it goes.
Yes. My heart says a Canadian team is not going to win the Stanley Cup for the 34th year in a row, but, it could happen. It's about time those guys had something break their way. What would be really brutal is if a team from Canada other than Toronto wins, because that's gonna be the bitterest city on earth if like Edmonton wins the Stanley Cup and you have everyone in Toronto like throwing a tantrum. Because
that's Toronto like amongst the top 4 or 5 teams favorite.
Yeah, they're looking really good. So we'll see. Edmonton's not bad either, but they have a harder first round matchup. This episode's also brought to you by Lock and Load, the premium ejaculation increasing supplement that everyone's talking about. You probably can't even go to visit friends and family without someone bringing up this wonderful product we've made. Use code PKA or code JIZ for 10% off. And any day now, I checked, it was supposed to be back in stock on the 18th, and then it got delayed. And so let me load. Let's see if it's back in stock yet. Not yet, but it's getting close. They said it would be back in on the 18th, but it just sells so much, guys. It's hard to keep in stock. Maybe they just didn't have a big enough order and it went out of stock again very rapidly. But check out Lock and Load. All Derek's products are great. All the protein powders, supplements, energy drinks, protein bars, all that stuff. Excellent. But start with Lock and Load. Support the show. It really works. It has good reviews because it's bafflingly
effective. It's the number
effective.
one selling product on GorillaMind.com.
It's near the top of all the products, including the protein and whatnot of stuff sold at GorillaMind.com. Lock and Load's up there because it works. Because when me and Kyle put our minds and our penises together, we come up with great science that then we can give to Derek, who has real scientists who can say, here's what makes more sense. But they also took a lot of our recommendations and added a couple additional things to make it better. But
it's like Chipotle for cum.
It is.
It's like Chipotle for cum. Put that on the bottle.
Put that on there. But to avoid copyright issues, we're going to spell it Chipotle. We're going to get it spelled like that on the bottles. Check out Lock and Load. Code PKA or code JIZ, 10% off Lock and Load or anything over at GorillaMind.com. Also, code PKA10 for any of our merch, our hoodies, stickers, hats, shirts, t-shirts, long sleeve shirts, whatever you want with our branding on it. Go ahead and buy that and use code PKA10 or don't and pay a little bit more. It's up to you. So yeah, check out Prize Picks, get the cum pills.
Taylor, huge Oblivion Remastered shadow drop this week. Have you played it at all, or do you plan to play it? Because I keep watching videos and it looks great. Like it looks so much better, so much improved.
Yes.
Like just the visuals in general look way better. The game seems to run great. They're already making mods for it. I think I'm gonna do a run through it. I haven't played it since 2006, but maybe it's time.
Improved. Yeah, I never played Oblivion or Morrowind, so the only Elder Scrolls game I've played is Skyrim, and this is like as good and refined as that. There's a couple like funny, incredibly glaring graphic issues where if you like are holding a sword and you face towards any body of water at all, it's as though your sword is a million miles high. Like you look out over the ocean and your sword is casting a shadow like that's 10 feet wide and all the way across, and like sometimes it kind of warbles and looks a little weird, but as a whole it looks just as good if not better than Skyrim. The level up and tech tree shit is more fleshed out, less simplified than Skyrim. And I've only got, the past 2 evenings of playing. So I'm like level 5. So like, it's not like I've delved that deeply into it, but I'm like excited for it. This is an awesome game so far. I foolishly thought that like your charisma amount in this game was going to be the same level of meaningless as Fallout 4 or Skyrim, where like you can be wholly unliked, but you can still get information. And so like I wanted to try as many different things as I could and see if like, is the sword play in this game better than Skyrim? Is the magic better? And so I picked like a spell sword character, which is kind of like splitting the difference. You can kind of be decent at both of those things. The sword combat is like exactly the same. The magic I'm not advanced enough to see, but it's incredibly, incredibly fun. But I am being bullied up and down Tamriel no matter who I talk to, because my personality is so low, my charisma is so low that people are like going out of their way to be mean to me in public. The NPCs that I'm not even engaging with, like I walk into a new city, and this would never happen in Skyrim. A guard's just like, look what riffraff just blew into town. And then the next guy walks right by me, and he's just some vendor, and he's like, ugh, get out of here. Or like, this place is going to hell in a handbasket. And just like walking back, just being mean to me. I will talk to a lady who like opens the conversation by being like, ugh. And then I find her family's magic mace, the electric mace. I didn't bring it back right away. I used up all the charge first. And then I brought it back to her, and she took it from me and was like, oh, thank you. You don't know how much of a relief this is for my family. This is our heirloom wizard mace. And then like I go to like end the conversation after she's given me like a little reward, not enough reward, by the way. She just said thank you. JD Vance wouldn't have accepted this as a reward. He would have demanded more. And as soon as I like close out, because they could say like one more line when you close out, she's like, I'm done speaking to you. I don't like you, and I'd wish you'd leave. Like that level of thing. Every vendor I talk to, I tried to join the Fighters Guild, and the guy's making fun of me the whole time. And then he sends me on a quest, and as soon as I try to like talk to him again, because there was another verbiage option that I didn't select, his opening thing was like, I don't like you. I'm not going to speak to you. I can't get clues. I can't get hints. Every NPC is bullying the shit out of me, and I still haven't put any points into it because it is kind of funny just being, because I'm so low level now. Like if I get made fun of with like a level 80 Skyrim character, it's like, guess what? You're paralyzed and whisked away into the sea. Some shark's going to eat you. Here, like I'm like a level 5 bitch, and so I can't even talk big. There's like a way to convince people of things that's unlike any other game I've seen, where like you can, on any NPC, you can go to like persuade. And just, not even with a goal in mind, from what I can tell, I'm still so early. It's just like trying to pry for a little information that might send you on an additional quest. Maybe you get something cool.
It's like pickpocketing, but speech.
And there's like 4 options for everything. And it'll be like boast, joke, compliment, and some other thing. And they have different responses.
Humor doesn't carry on to the game.
It does not. It does not. They don't like me. And like they have different personalities, and it like shows like a rim of like how likely they are to like it. And so I found like one dude who is on a steed with armor far surpassing mine, just riding through the wilderness. I'm like, this guy seems like he's a good guy to fucking know. And so I try to talk to him. He's immediately curt, not a good sign. And I go to persuade, and I'm like trying to make my likability number or whatever, my persuasion meter go up. And so it like starts at 27 or something. And then I give him an admiration, and his response is like, oh, that's too kind. I haven't heard words like that in a long time. And then the number ticks up. And then I'm like, okay, he likes me a little bit. I go to boast, and I'm like, boast, this seems really risky. I go to boast, and he's like, coming from you, I somewhat believe it. And I'm like, oh, we're in the mix. Mm-hmm. And then I'm like, all right, I just have to tell a joke. And he's going to give me some information. I click on joke, and the like number total goes from like 71 down to 0. And he's like, oh, disgusting. Get away from me. and then I have to try and talk to him again. He's not playing any of the jokes. I have not gotten one person persuaded at all yet. Everyone hates me. And sometimes they'll like the joke, and then you'll boast, and he'll be like, I knew you were a liar from the second I saw you. And then leave. It's the funniest NPC interactions of any game I've ever played. So I'm loving that.
Are you playing on Xbox?
I'm playing on Xbox. Yeah, it's free on Game Pass. If anyone has Game Pass.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do the same. I sent you this clip here. It's you're talking to an NPC, and she goes, "Yes, they're over here, and this and that and the other." Hang on, let me do that one again. Oh. Yes, they're over here, this and that and the other. So they left that in. They left the double take in.
That's very funny.
But she's doing like, oh yes, let me do. And then she's like, hang on, let me try that one more time.
It's got take 2 in there. That's very funny.
They made the Argonians, and I can't the Khajiit. The Khajiit and those races not look like polygonal nightmare people anymore. However, if you want to create a polygonal nightmare, you can still do that in the character creator. I don't know. It looks great. It's really cool of them to put it on Game Pass. I don't know what it costs if you don't already have the game, and it's definitely still got that jankiness to it. I see how abrupt some of the NPC conversations can be. It sort of just like warps them to you, and the lighting gets all weird and dramatic, and they're smiling.
Funny.
They look at you with these dead eyes. It's definitely got its own janky charm. So I'm gonna try it out. I don't remember the storyline too well. I just remember Patrick Stewart there at the beginning as the Emperor.
That is funny. That like as soon as the game starts, it's like this giant star, Patrick Stewart, and he's already like, in but a few hours I'll be dead. And
Yeah.
So, so you're not gonna get a lot of play in this gigantic game.
I cashed my check. Yeah. He was in there for like 30 minutes worth of work and took his check and never came back.
I just like I'm like laughing playing it at how over the top mean every single character in this game is to my character. Not one person has had a kind word. Even when I return a quest, they'll be like the stock line of like, well done. We appreciate your efforts for the Fighters Guild. And then as soon as I'm like, all right, maybe I'm starting to win some friends and influence people, hit B to get out of chat. Who let this one in? Just, oh man, it's so fun. I can see how a lot of the Oblivion fans are like, oh, a lot of Skyrim people are going to realize this was the better one all along. Pump the brakes there. It's yet to be seen. Only level 5, so I haven't seen any of like the magic and stuff. I do like you can cast spells while you like have a 2-handed thing equipped, which seems like common sense. That's something you couldn't do in Skyrim. I'm only playing one-handed with it anyway because that's what I'm trying to angle for. But that is a good feature.
Woody, I know you've been playing the most difficult games you can find, but you did mention you'd be open to a kind of an easier game, May 15th. So, what, like 3 weeks away, roughly? The new Doom comes out.
I was so uninspired by that game.
I'm a little uninspired by the commercials and the ad stuff. It's not getting me fired up.
It's mid. The last one, I still watch it like years later and like get a tear in my eye. Like, we need help. We need help. And like, we send upon them only you. Rip and tear until it is done. And I'm like, you made a good choice. I'm your guy.
And the music's good too, because after he says those words, it gets your guy like pumps a fucking 12 gauge, slams his helmet on. The music's going, and you're like, fuck, let's go. Let's fucking go. I want to rip and tear.
Who needs to die? You know what? Shorter list. Who doesn't die? Just let me know.
The new game. I watched the new trailer for it today. It's 2.5 minutes or something. We're a minute in. And it's all these people I don't care about talking about like, we got a problem with the demons and the blah, blah, blah. And I don't care about any of them. They all look like Gears of War characters.
Each other, and we're really not big fans of the Doomslayer anymore. And then, we guess we're going to get him because we can't seem to beat the demons without him. And I'm like, this is like Star Wars when they do the intergalactic politics and the senators voting and those fucking CGI whatever little carts they stand in.
Yeah, the selling point for Doom is how badass Master Chief is, how helpless he is, how helpless everyone else is. Like the comparison of him to the NPCs in the game. Like there's the one scene where he grabs the ID badge that's still attached to a man and drags the man with it to scan the ID badge because he doesn't even see him as a person. And the guy's like, like just a nerdy like IT guy. Like this game I see in the previews, everybody looks like a Gears of War character in the background. They were all hulking people with like big, crazy over ridiculous armor, and it's like, is Master Chief or is the Doomslayer even bigger than them? Yeah, I don't know. The first game was great. The second game was great. This one does look like it's going to be not as good, but I'm going to play it because they definitely added more like play style stuff. That shield looks neat. That there's a gun that like you put skulls into it and it grinds the skulls up and then uses that for ammo that you shoot at people. So that looks pretty cool. But definitely not as inspiring.
Stupid game next. So here's the thing. Every time I beat a boss in these Souls games, we play marbles. And there's this one line of trash talking I always do whenever the marbles race, which is what you'd think. Marbles running down this like Matchbox track. Whenever the course is an aquatic environment, I talk mad trash. Like they've made a huge mistake to challenge Woody's gamer tag in an aquatic environment. Well, anyway, I found this game called Another Crab's Treasure. It's a Souls game. It looks like a child's game, but the whole thing takes place underwater. And I'm like, a fucking Souls-like an aquatic environment? Say less, bitch. We're there. So I downloaded this game for $19.99 or whatever the fuck it was. I'll probably beat it in a couple days, but and it looks like a kid's game, like Mario or something. But it looked like it was kind of hard, and all the big Souls players have played it. They have like Let's Plays on their channel. So I'm going to do a Souls game in an aquatic environment, and I'm going to wreck house because that's what I do in aquatic environments. I'm already thinking of like puns and shit that I could use.
You're going to go in preloaded with puns.
I am. Like, if I go, no, guys, I'm floundering.
Well, you can't blow your wad here for all see.
So I'm hoping the chat joins in with the puns and it becomes a thing. We'll see how it goes.
They will. All excellent puns. It's going to be bucket after bucket. Swishes abound.
This are funny too.
The aquatic puns. Do you game at all anymore, Dick?
We're playing Red Dead Redemption 2 right now, which is,
that's a good game.
I think it's pretty old. I think we're getting ready for GTA 6. So I don't really play anything else. It's fun. I'm kind of making my wife play the whole game because I played it secretly before when she went to bed. RDR2. So yeah. I'm like, I spent way too much time trying to get perfect long pronghorn hides. I spent way too much time looking for the fucking white horse. Like, I'm not doing any of that again. I had one goal. I was trying to not spoil it for her by keeping the consumption a secret. You know how the main character dies of consumption? And I was doing a pretty good job. You know, I was like, oh, you might want to play that mission before bed. Like, oh, look, pretty weird that he got coughed on right there. Like, yeah, I don't know, you know, doing a really bad job of trying to keep it on the DL because I wanted her to, you know, experience the majesty of the existential crisis that you go through. And then my stupid friend came over, and the first thing out of his mouth was, oh, you're playing RDR2? Oh, has Arthur got consumption yet? I'm like, okay, well, and she goes, what do you mean that was consumption? Oh no. But playing with her, it's so funny because she gets flustered by the NPCs like trying to hurry her up while she's like exploring drawers and stuff, like looking for cigarettes or brandy or whatever, because every single NPC in the game is like, all right, you're taking forever, Arthur, let's get a move on. All right, hey, come on, get on your horse. And you can see her get like agitated. Like, okay. So she will go. And I'm like, why didn't you get that thing? She's like, because they're rushing me. I'm like, they're not. You're overreacting to people that are they're not even existing. They just like an MP3 that's doing that. It's not real. There's not even any kind of internal like AI thinking that's also fake, but at least is a process. This is just like on a timer. Your a kitchen timer is upsetting you, but it's fun. I don't know. It's something to kill the time before GTA 6, although the fucking baby's going to be here right before GTA 6 comes out. So I don't know how we're going to manage that.
Well, wait, I thought
how is she going to manage it?
Right?
What, Woody?
She's not working?
She's not working, no.
Yeah, these are not your problems. These are her problems, okay?
I'm going to feel pretty bad playing GTA 6 by myself.
You
get a friend to come over.
No, yeah, you've got other friends than just her.
Yeah,
obviously she's busy. She needs to watch your child, but you are not busy.
And the baby's got to face away, I assume. I can't show the baby running over people on the beach yet, or when is that?
I think it's fine. They're cartoon people, and like you want your kid to be cool.
They look pretty real.
I mean, I'm worried that you're going to raise an uncool child.
No, he'll
you gotta
stamp that cool into him.
Okay, watch you rape a whore.
So no issues there.
No.
So that cool.
Did they actually release a date for GTA 6 or no?
I think so. I thought it was like September or October.
Really?
I thought it was still.
Am I off by a year? I wouldn't be surprised if I was off by an entire year.
The internet says potentially September 17th, 2025, which is like a little specific for a guess.
Potentially.
Okay.
Yeah. Potentially September,
They
if
narrowed
not
it
that
down.
October, or maybe
My
perhaps
psychic narrowed
November.
it down.
Yeah, this is like I remember a decade ago, people telling me with confidence like George R.R. Martin was finished, and in the it was the next book was being edited, like 10 years ago.
Is he still
Like-
not done?
No,
He hasn't started. He hasn't
not
done
doing
anything
shit.
new. He hasn't done a new thing that look. He keeps making these little like side novels. He's made like 2 video games at least. All this bullshit. These little manuscripts. He's clearly got writer's block and doesn't know what to do. Wherever he is, he's working around the margins of some big I don't know what to do now moment. Clearly, because it's been a fucking decade. Like clearly, and it ain't gonna happen. He's old and fucking fat. He's old and fat. He was old and fat a decade ago, and we were like, he'll never finish. He's still old and fat, and he still hasn't even made a bit of progress. So he's never going to finish.
You know, George R.R. Martin was in Elden Ring, right? You know, he wrote that. Yeah.
Yeah.
As far as I know, none of these games had incest until George R.R. Martin was like, I got some plot ideas. And now there's brothers and sisters banging each other. And okay.
he clearly likes it. But yeah, I needed to remind myself when these books released. The most recent one, A Dance with Dragons, 2011. So
Wow.
14 years ago, he released the 5th book.
Wow.
I
What
remember
a fucker.
thinking that it was an impossibility for the show to get ahead of the books. So he was forced to finish them, quickly.
Mhm.
That was my dumbass idea.
Well, I mean, we could have been fooled because the first one, Game of Thrones, came out in 96, Clash of Kings 98, Storm of Swords 2000, Feast for Crows 2005, took a little break there.
Let me
Then
ask you
6
this.
years, A Dance with Dragons. So
How much
he was
time,
cooking at first.
How much time has to pass before they redo it again?
Game of Thrones?
Yeah. Like 10 more years? Could we try again?
It won't matter. He'll be dead and the book won't be
Who
out.
cares? Who cares? We'll get AI to finish up the books. I just want to do the ones that are out correctly. You know what I mean? Like everybody's always like, oh my God, they're going to remake this property or that property. They ruined Star Wars. They ruined Star Trek. Maybe they could make something right that was wrong with Game of Thrones. Maybe they could fix
It's like
it
the
next time
Seinfeld
around.
reunion.
Yeah, like the Seinfeld
The last
reunion.
episode.
Yeah. Because
Did you see that one? The last episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm when Larry goes on trial. Larry goes on trial for basically the same thing that was the end of Seinfeld, where all the Seinfeld guys go on trial. And then at the end of the episode, Seinfeld comes in and sets Larry free. And he goes, I told the judge that one of the jurors was at a restaurant and hated you or something like that. Kyle, do you remember specifically? Jerry found that one of the jurors was like in there to frame him or something like that. And
I haven't watched the last season because Larry's so frail looking, it makes me sad.
Yeah. And then as they're walking out, Seinfeld goes, we should have ended the last episode like that or something like that to tie it up.
Why don't we think of that?
Funny.
Yeah,
He is looking frail now, but I guess he's like 80 years old.
Yeah, I mean, he always looked frail. Like he looked frail when he was a young man. So yeah, doubly so now. I'll watch it eventually, but I started watching it and I was like, ooh, he looks bad. He does.
Yeah, it's rough.
At all. And then like cameras get better and have gotten better as his career has gone on. So it like doubly ages him. Like not only did he get 20 years older, but the cameras got 20 times better. So he looks rough. It's Always Sunny used to make fun of. Remember when Sunny made fun of those shows that have the bright lights and like all the makeup? Now that's what the show is. Now that's how the show looks. They've got Caitlin with enough lights and Botox on her so that she doesn't look old, but she looks like a blonde lizard, I guess.
Yeah, that is
sexy blonde lizard.
That has happened so strongly in the It's Always Sunny world that it's distracting. Where like you can see like none of them laugh the same. Not just her. Like all of them other than Charlie have no like forehead expression wrinkles when they're laughing in their HD show. Not it's almost distracting where it's like these people are such fucking losers. Like none of them would look this good. Like Dennis would have got fat. Mac would have got fat. Mac did get fat, I guess. Charlie's the only one sticking true, and I guess Frank, because Frank is like just kind of just a orb of old now, just a fat, old, gross man.
Yeah. Did you watch any of I can't think of the actor Dennis's TV show though, the AP Bio on Netflix?
I watched a couple episodes when it first came out, and it didn't hook me, so I didn't watch anymore. I don't remember it being terrible or anything.
Yeah, it's not terrible. It's a little weird because I know that those are adult actors, but it's like I don't know if I want to watch these high school kids talk dirty. It's like that pornographic show that Woody used to watch, Euphoria, with all the high school kids fucking each other.
Are they in high school? Thank you, Dick. That show was dope for a bit. I like who's your favorite character on that show?
Sydney Sweeney, of course. But then season 2, she didn't take her top off anymore.
Boo!
I like that white drug dealer dude.
Fez?
Yeah, Fez.
Yeah.
He was my favorite. Whenever he was on screen, he was my favorite.
Didn't he die in real life?
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think I read that after season
Fez.
2 that he died.
Oh, he was cool. He was a drug dealer.
Did it turn out Zendaya was dead the whole time? Is that how that show ends?
R.I.P. to Angus Cloud.
It never really ended. Like, it just kind of stopped after season 2, and I don't know, it got so popular they didn't do a season 3, or...
I thought I just wasn't keeping up. So there is no season 3?
I don't think so.
Now the actresses like Sydney Sweeney and Zendaya would be way too expensive.
Yeah.
And old.
Yeah. It was funny, though.
And old.
Yeah. They're in their 20s.
I didn't know Sydney Sweeney was, bouncing around Euphoria.
Now I don't want to see her tits, though. Now she has such a bad attitude. I don't even care about her tits anymore.
Does she have a bad attitude?
Yeah.
I think she talked back. What did she do?
She's like, she did that shitty Spider-Man movie and said that was in part of her plan, her like career plan.
Oh, the Spider Woman, or like Madam Web.
Madam Web, that was it. I don't remember what else she did, but
it didn't do well.
Turned me off on her tits.
I don't know. It would take a lot.
Yeah,
I thought Sydney Sweeney was like the it girl of pretty Hollywood people. I'm not really tuned
she was.
We all like her titties, just a ton. We big fan of those. I'm not sure if she can act, or what her voice sounds like. I don't know that, but I've seen her titties.
I didn't love her in Euphoria. I didn't think she was the hottest girl in Euphoria, but I bet most people do.
Who was
hotter than the
hottest girl in Euphoria? I want to look. I want to do a little analysis.
Is Zendaya? She's the other one in it, right? She was the one I like more.
Yep.
Zendaya?
Yeah.
More than Sydney Sweeney. I disagree with you.
I think
there's a lot of hate for Zendaya on the internet.
Why do they?
They don't think she's attractive. People are like, that's like a meme to call her ugly. Yeah.
Oh.
She's not at all ugly, but if
I don't think so either.
you put her next to Sydney Sweeney, and it's like, come on,
Sydney's too fat. Yeah, I know.
No,
I didn't like the editing in Dune 2, and Dune 2 wouldn't have been a good movie even without Zendaya. But Zendaya, like on the poster, standing in front of Paul Atreides like a boss bitch or whatever. Like, what are you doing? He's a god emperor, right? This isn't a story about like someone becoming the like running a tire shop or
which movie
even,
is
like,
this?
Dune. Like just standing in front of the god emperor there, and then like at the end he has to, spoiler alert, marry like a galactic blonde hottie princess to make peace, and she's got like mean mug face. It's like he's solving galactic war right now with this. Like you can't get over your little crush right now to solve the galactic war. Like, can you even fathom what a galactic war would mean? Like the trillions of lives, and she's just all mean mugging with her ugly.
And this is why you dislike the actress?
Oh, she's also not a good actress, and I also didn't like the editing in that movie. It's a real downer for me all around. I don't like that she's in every fucking movie like coming out. I don't know why her and Tom Holland are this dynamic duo suddenly in a movie about the Persians, or about the what's the Christopher Nolan movie, the not the Iliad, the Odyssey that he's doing. Yeah.
I thought she was fine in the Spider-Man movies. I'm not sure I've seen her in much else aside from Euphoria. Sometimes I wonder if
tennis movie.
Yeah. I saw like 5 minutes of the tennis movie. I saw the good parts.
Oh,
didn't hear of it.
Sounds like I have some research to do, but
I think she's getting spit roasted by some dudes while we play tennis.
While playing
That's
tennis?
It's a good movie.
yeah, science demands that I inspect this. I feel like I don't have my finger on the pulse of modern culture, and that's part of my job. So,
All right, well,
Yeah,
let's
yeah.
see if we can find. How
Dune
do I
2 was
search?
good, too.
Zendaya tennis movie
did you
scene.
like Dune 2?
I liked the Dune movies. I like the first one though, so I'm sicko.
I love the
So I
first.
disliked the first one so much that I didn't give the second one a chance. I thought it was too.
I mean
slow.
the '80s one.
Me too.
Oh,
I like
oh,
I like that
okay.
one too.
Yeah, with the little girl. Yeah.
When Sting comes out with that mankini on, flexing on everybody, all greased up.
Awesome.
It's a little homoerotic, but he just seems like a badass. As a kid, especially, I didn't see anything like weird or gay there. Although there's clearly weird gay overtones from his dad with those like boy slaves he has with the heart plugs and shit. That's
Yeah.
dark as fuck. But Sting, I was like, holy shit, that's the bad guy. He's kind of cool. But now, even as an adult, I'm like, I don't know about
Christopher
that mankini,
Walken's
but it
great
is
in it,
cool.
That's another movie that I saw.
Patrick Stewart with the pug, dude, when he's like, whoa! And he like charges onto the battlefield to fight the Harkonnens, and he's got a war pug in his arms. He's got his little pet, and the dog goes, "Arr!" And he's got like it's great.
A war pug.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't think of a worse kind of dog for war.
Oh, he's coming. He's along
Now
for
they
the
could
ride.
see in every direction. It's a good one.
Ah, touche. Yeah.
Probably more of an emotional support pug. I don't think they even like. Is there even a pretense that pugs are for anything? Because some of the fucked up looking dogs, they're like, yeah, but this thing like kills badgers like
Right.
you wouldn't believe. But a pug is like, it's slower than every other animal I can think of. That's smaller than a dog and would
They
need
seem
killing.
fragile. They're really heavy with legs that don't work well. Like, not that I'm in the practice of throwing dogs, but I feel like if I were to drop a terrier from 18 inches, it would be okay. But a
Mhm.
pug needs to be placed gently.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally feel that. You feel like everything could just come apart on it, like it's made of spare parts.
And a cat,
Try to find what
they
they're
jump off the
supposed to look
roof.
like.
Yeah,
It's a whole nother
Cats
level.
can do their own thing. They don't.
There's
need
this
us.
movement to reverse them back to the way the breed looked in like the 1800s. It's more bulldoggy and more sporting. Like its nose is more forward. It's not smushed, and it has more of a mini boxer bulldog kind of look, like a little guy, but still like like he go beat up a rat or something, which is probably what he should be doing instead of. Sorry, I heard like a weird siren outside my house. Not for me. Don't worry.
No, you're above board.
It was like hauga, hauga, hauga. It's like, what the fuck was that? Do you hear gunshots at y'all's houses? Like, is that a thing y'all hear regularly?
Sometimes. Yeah, but it's
Never.
like hunters.
Yeah,
So
I've
you
never
hear, like,
heard a
one or
gunshot
two
from my house.
all the time. They like all the time. You need, and I don't know if it's celebratory or antagonistic. Because sometimes you hear it and it's like bow 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 bow. It's like that could go either way.
Yeah,
Either
I
somebody's
think-
really happy or really mad.
I think there's a guy like 2 lots away that has 144 acres, and it's my suspicion that hunters pay him to hunt there.
Oh,
Oh,
cool.
well, that checks out. Do you hear scary gun noises at your house in LA, Dick?
Yeah, we have kind of the same thing where we don't know if it's celebratory or if the Dollar Tree's getting robbed again. Or it could be a car backfiring. I don't know. It depends if there's like a delay, and if a helicopter shows up like in about 20 seconds, then it was a gunshot. But if not, then we've also got a lot of homeless fires recently too. They figured out that they can just light things on fire, and there's nothing we can do about it.
We kept that technology from them for so long.
Yeah, somebody blabbed, or somebody.
Homeless
still
is
don't
a
have pottery.
huge problem, and I don't have even the start of a solution.
Of homeless?
Yeah.
Like get those asylums open again.
Yeah, we need
in
like a
some
special
cases,
prison
yes.
for them.
In some cases, yes. I think there are a couple people just like what percentage of it is drug users and like urban campers?
100% is drug use. They are blasted out of like zombies.
Well, some of them seem, maybe I can't tell the difference between blasted like zombies and crazy, but some seemed crazy. in California when I was there. Like this poor person was just born with a defective brain and needs to be institutionalized.
Remember that black lady we saw shit on the wall?
No, but I don't. A little. I'm not sure.
I could have sworn you were right next to me. It might have been.
Probably was.
It might have been Hex or somebody. But like, they had pushed all the homeless out of LA for like E3. Like they had put up barriers and stuff and made it look clean for all the international visitors and everybody was coming into town. And they told us this. But this black lady had shown up at our nice hotel and she was leaned against the wall. And the black lady who worked at the hotel was like, "You get on out of here. You know you can't be." And the lady was like, "You Uncle Tom, bitch." And then like she went back in to call the cops on her or something. And this lady, like leaning back against the wall, just shit down it. like pants down, pressed her ass against a wall and bent, and then shat onto / down the wall and like left. And it was like 30
no wipe.
I don't remember.
The wall was for Taylor. Don't be an animal.
She did like that bear thing when they're
like an expert water stealer, you know. Well done.
And that was one of my first, because like from where I'm from, we don't have homeless. Like when you're in the country, there are poor people, but they figure something out. Like there are no homeless in my small town. Like
it's so bad here, man. We had like they're building their own little civilizations that run on like fentanyl and diarrhea. Like they've got little towns. The schizophreniacs. I do wish we had like a, Woody, like you're saying, like a place to put them. And we've got all these we've got like little tiny homes for the homeless off the freeway. But the problem is to get in them, the homeless have to give up all their shit, which is they have to give up all their shit and there's no drugs. So in order to utilize these little villas that we spent probably $900 trillion to make, they have to commit to having they need their stuff. Like none of us, I wouldn't give up my stuff to go, live in a free house. And they get kicked out if they do any drugs, which nobody on earth can do. Definitely not a homeless drug addict. So it's like, yeah, guys, this isn't really a good system. Like you're either going to have to put all their homeless crap in storage, or you're going to have to let them do a little bit of drugs in this little prison, in this little like voluntary prison that you made for them, which would be great.
What the logic is behind taking all their worldly possessions away? Like make that make sense.
Because they have like an entire house of trash that we would have to store somewhere. Like these guys are, dude, they're taking over the, like we'll have the 10 freeway. The underpass is like full from floor to ceiling of homeless people's fucking garbage. Like an episode of Hoarders, 9 different tents for one guy, multiple shopping carts, like bags of dog food, dead cats, half of IKEA is just crammed in there. I think logistically it would be just impossible to store it all somewhere, especially in LA.
Yeah, I don't know. I wanted it to be like a mean episode of Hoarders where they're like, this has no value, this has no value, this has no value. You can keep this.
It's so satisfying.
There's a cop
every
video
once in a while they'll send out.
You go.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
There's a cop video where this lady was tired of the hobos living under the bridge next to her house. So she just went down there while they weren't looking and soaked all their shit in gasoline and lit it on fire. Their tent, their chairs, all their belongings, like everything. And the cops show up and she's like, "Yeah, I done it." You can't just burn people's things. I done it.
Dude, every once in a while they'll have like cleaning house day and we'll be driving somewhere and you can see there's like 9 cops and like 20 social workers and some fucking Caltrans guy on a bulldozer and you're like, fuck yeah, dude, it's cleanup day today. And then you'll come back wiped out. An entire section of the park just dug up because they had to put it somewhere.
That happens here too. There's on certain exit ramps, they set up these little homeless camps where it's not really seen. You know, they're deep enough in the woods that they're not bothering anyone really.
Mhm.
And but then it grows to the point where it is seen, and then suddenly there's 4 ginormous dumpsters on the side of the road. They get filled up and everybody's gone. It happens every year and a half or so.
I don't know what the answer is. I like we've got plenty of land in New Mexico and Arizona and out of the way places like that where you could just set them up some kind of a fucking hobo city trailer park. But I don't know. It's just a wound that's going to fester until you start dragging them out of their hovels and scrubbing them real good and like putting them in a drug program forcibly, right? Like that's it's mental illness and drug use. Those are the 2 foundations of homelessness. It's not, look, there's some dudes out there who just like, the man doesn't own a piece of me. This is my world. It's free to live in. Leave that dude alone. Like if he sleeps in his truck at Walmart, actually nobody bothers those guys anyway.
Yeah, he's
Walmart
not sleeping
has
on the
like
sidewalk on Skid Row.
Walmart like allows anybody to sleep in their parking lot. I think it's a policy that they have that's like pro sleeping in our parking lot.
I'm familiar with that policy too. Yeah, I have a little trailer I pull every once in a blue moon for my paramotor vacations and stuff. And Walmart wants you to sleep there. They must think it's good business.
Yeah, and they understand that there's lots of legitimate reasons to need to sleep in your car. You know, like I've been traveling before and just wanted that 2-hour nap, 3-hour nap to power through and get home. It's like, I really don't want to stop and get a hotel, but also don't want to be like that statistic cop video where it's like tap, tap, tap. What do you sleep in the car for? You got any drugs on you? What are you doing here? Any guns on you? Like leave me alone. I'm just sleepy.
I think the lowest level of Planet Fitness membership is like $8 a month. Don't quote me on that. But like Walmart parking lots and Planet Fitness for the showers is the van lifers. Everybody knows this.
They're often attached too. Same little shopping center. You know.
Okay.
Yeah, you could absolutely make your way in the U.S. like doing that, and like
those people are just free spirits, right? They're not the people we're talking about pooping on the side of the road in San Francisco or whatever,
taking their clothes off, screaming. Yeah.
Do homeless people ever make you feel endangered, Dick?
Oh, constantly. They're
really,
like,
because I don't, but tell me more.
They're everywhere here, and if my wife's going, she leaves to go to work at like 6 a.m, goes to exercise before it goes to Pilates. There's always some fucking homeless guy lurking around, getting in between where you're going in the door, doing some shady shit. At some point, I used to have encounters with the homeless that were just innocuous, but I don't think that's happened in maybe 5 years, since probably COVID, when everything in LA went to shit. They're all menacing now.
You're all a healthy man with boxing experience. The homeless in my area are underfed 20-year-olds. I feel like I could grab them by the neck like an 8th grader and just be like, "What are you doing?" Push them.
I'll get hepatitis if I touch these motherfuckers.
I swear to God, yes.
I'm listening. Yeah, man, I'm probably naive.
I don't want to. I'll get a disease.
That homeless Indian that stole that shit out of my truck that time and I chased down, when we finally faced off with him, nobody wanted to hit him because he looked so dirty. Like we're mad at you. We want to whoop your ass, but you're so ugly and nasty looking. I don't want to touch you. Like that's how dirty he looked. I was afraid to punch him because if I put my knuckles on his teeth, I was going to get something. Yeah.
They look like that oldest dog. Like the.
That's what I was going to say. Yes, he looks like a dog you see where you're like, ooh, he's got something.
Yeah, mange.
He's got fucking this guy had kennel cough. I wasn't about to hit him. I would hate to have to face off with a hobo, because not only do you have to hope that you whoop his ass, and you might not, he might stab you, cut you, prick you with some AIDS fucking needle. I don't know.
Yeah.
They keep those handy. Every one of them has an AIDS needle they keep just in case.
Sticky.
Have you ever seen
He's been stuck before.
Drones?
Say that again.
What?
Bums and drones. Have you seen that?
No. What is this? Is
this
a YouTube
dude
thing?
that terrorizes bums with drones? Like he's got cameras on the drone, and then he plays like Cotton Eye Joe remixes, like music like that, and he flies his drone around the bum encampments and just like buzzes them, like and pisses them off, and then every single bum like grabs their shit and tries to take the drone out. So it becomes
they
like
succeed?
a game. It's really funny.
Yeah, but do they get it?
Sometimes, yeah, they'll shoot at it too. Like I don't know why to do crimes. That's why the homeless have guns. But
Oh, damn.
they'll pull out all the stops to get.
Yeah, I
Dude,
feel
I'm
like if you
watching-
gave me 4 cans of soup, there's a decent chance I could get a drone if it was pestering me. Right? Not a flyby.
No
I'm
way,
not that guy.
dude. They're
I'm
gonna
not
send
the
you to front to
sharpshooter.
Ukraine. What are you? I'm telling you, that thing's gonna be zipping around. It's up there high. Look,
No.
I'm-
This is one that's torturing me, right? Like coming down.
Yeah,
close.
he goes and taunts them and gets close.
I'm watching the video, and like
Okay.
the one guy looks like a primitive with a club. He's like jumping up and down and
Yeah.
smacking the ground with his club, like
So funny.
like a display from an animal. This is great.
Yeah, what do we
I'm
do
watching
with
this
that guy?
video too. This one's too high. I couldn't do it.
But you could
Oh my
play like that
God.
you're not annoyed, and then the guy will bring the drone closer, and that's when you snap and spring your plan
You
into
know,
action.
You know those park benches that are made out of like wide 3 or 4 inch strips of wrought iron, like with a gap in between them.
Yeah.
I saw a cop video the other day. They got called out because there was a guy sitting on the bench and he had shat through the gap. He was just actively shitting using the bench like a toilet. But the shit has to squeeze between the gaps. So it's created the most disgusting like stalactite under his asshole.
Oh.
And they're like, "Hey, how's it going today?" He's like, "Not too bad." Reason
Same
we got
old,
called
same
out
old.
here- They have to explain to him, "We're here because you've shit yourself and it's become a health hazard." They have to put out the crime tape around his area and bring in a special cleaning crew. Like it's so embarrassing. Like when he gets up, he pulls his pants up over the shit. Like he doesn't wipe.
Was he embarrassed or was he crazy?
He was obese. He was maybe 450 pounds and didn't give a fuck. He's like, "Oh, that shit, it happens."
450
At
pounds.
first,
and
he was in
homeless?
denial. At first, they're like, "That wasn't me." Like, "Sir."
It's hanging out of your ass, sir.
Yeah.
Did the shit jump off the ground and stuck to you, or like how did that happen? Because there's shit actively coming out of you, and they're looking at it. Wasn't me. Wasn't me.
Was he homeless? Confirmed?
I don't know.
Homeless and 450 pounds. Seems tough to swing. Like you would need to have enough money to get that fat and to afford the drugs. Like,
Well, the food banks are full of shit. The food banks have all this like crappy food from Trader Joe's and stuff around here. I went to one thinking it would be like free food. It was a huge pain in the ass, but they're eating good.
did you see this clip? There was this.
They're eating good.
I mentioned it on the show a while back, but
A
it was
little
so
less good
funny
now,
to me.
but, you know.
Is it was this like Indian guy who like posted a TikTok video or something about like a life hack, and he's like, "Guys, just public service. You do not actually need to buy food at grocery store. You can go to any church and then they let you walk around and fill your cart and it is all free." And all the responses were like, "You fucking piece of shit." You're just like, but he posted it as if like, "Hey guys, life hack. You just go take food from the needy at church." Yeah, people were not stoked on him.
It's nothing but
I
green
get
beans
it.
anyway.
It's mostly green beans and corn,
Yeah,
I would guess.
I go pick through there every Saturday. Mostly green beans.
You go pick through? No, you don't.
Yeah, you find some good stuff.
A little diamond in the rough.
Yeah,
once
some
in a
video
while.
games slipped in there, shit like that for the kids. You know, they don't have systems. What are you talking about? Just
No.
snatch those.
I don't think those homeless are eating a lot of like canned corn. Like,
I mean, if I was
Nah.
homeless, I would be.
you offered some of
highfalutin
the homeless people I used to live around in the city here, like they'd like look at you like with personal offense at like if you offered to buy them food.
Oh, for sure.
They're like,
were
no.
you ever intimidated or scared by the homeless people?
Not that they were like coming after me, but there would be people acting erratically enough that it's like there's no way for me to predict what this person's going to do. I need to cross the street. I just need to get away from this person because I could be the idiot who's like, "Oh, I'm just going to walk right next to him." And he's like, "Ka-chow!" stabs me in the neck, and now I'm bleeding out because I'm a retard who didn't get away from the erratic shirtless homeless man in St. Louis in December.
Yep.
Like that. And then there were other ones. The little crippled guy, or he wasn't really crippled. He was kind of some sort of a dwarf, and he didn't very odd limb and head percentages, not like a Dinklage, very odd looking dwarf. I wasn't afraid of him.
Mr. Tough Guy.
But he was out there surviving, and so who knows what he was doing.
You hate a guy who acts like he's not scared of anything?
Yeah, I wasn't scared of that guy. I was scared of the guy who would like jabber in the alleyway near my apartment. Like he was just jabbering to himself 200 yards at a time.
So in olden days, they would think that was that person casting a demonic spell, like the devil was speaking
possessed
through them and casting magic. Of course, we know that's nonsense now. Counterpoint, a friend of ours was living in LA or Sacramento rather for a little while. I was visiting there, and there was a homeless lady who every day would be outside his window talking crazy jibber jabber.
Mm-hmm.
I think she might have cursed him. He did have that little mental illness bout, after that, like immediately after that, he had himself a little bit of a.
I think he's all better now.
Yeah.
How bad was?
Scary bad. When you talk to somebody and it's like, oh shit, dude, you're not with it anymore. He had like a whole mental breakdown where he was thinking that he was being gang stalked. Like we've made fun of gang stalking here before because it seems almost like the people who write those articles are joking and that maybe 10%. This guy was like, he sent us a photo. He was actually in Taylor's neck of the woods. He sent us a picture. He visited the Arch there in Missouri. And it's the parking lot of the center where you park to go visit the thing. And it's just picture out of his window at all the cars. And he's like, look at this. Notice anything? And we're like, fuck no, dude. What are you talking about? He's like, 3 gray cars and all of their license plates start with AZL? I don't think so. And it's like, what do you think? And I think he thought that he was being followed by people and they were trying to get him, and that he also thought that me and Woody were part of some sort of conspiracy against him.
I told him not to rule anything out.
Yeah, that's smart.
He was at the St. Louis Arch, and the St. Louis Arch is right. It's on the edge of the state, right? The St. Louis Arch.
Yeah, right by Illinois.
And the license plate of the car was from the state on the 20 miles away, but another state. He's like, doesn't that seem suspicious? A tourist right here at the St. Louis Arch.
Someone from Kentucky, Illinois, Iowa, and Indiana here in Missouri. It's like, no, that's not, those people are there all the fucking time. Mm-hmm. It's a real big arch. They want to take pictures with it.
Yeah, I ended up talking to, I think, his sister, and about what he was telling me and trying to get him help.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think he's doing better now, but I think that homeless lady might have cursed him.
I mean, maybe there's something to it. It is a non-zero chance. You can't disprove it.
That shit happened 500 years ago. We'd have burned that lady for sure.
And now he's better. So,
and now he's better. So that fixed it. For all we know,
somebody burned her.
Any medications he may or may not take did nothing. But that homeless lady got stabbed to death. Cured him.
She probably did. She might have got hammered.
Yeah. You need to watch that movie Thinner for the lulls. Like
I've seen Thinner.
Oh, dude, that seems like a great movie for you to watch on a stream or something. Like that gypsy curse and all that shit is so. I tried to watch that movie a couple weeks ago and I couldn't take it seriously. Thinner puts that fucking curse on it.
I turn that movie off 70% of the way through, and I'm like, man, what a great lady. Just boom, eat whatever you want, lose weight. He gets to what's distracting about that movie is the fat suit in the beginning is so bad. Like the body fat suit, like he does not have a fat enough head for how much blubber he's carrying around.
Yeah.
And it just looks fucking ridiculous. And they also
his
started
wife was the real goat. She was sucking his dick in the car, even though he was obese. That's a winner.
Yeah. And they also I only saw the movie once, but I remember even after he had explained, I'm eating nonstop. You're watching me. I'm wasting away. That gypsy fucking cursed me. Like the next scene, they'd be like, why don't you eat something? And he's like covered in food. He's been eating all day, every day, covered in syrups and cheeses, and he like, no one else was getting the program.
Comedy. It's a comedy, like under its skin, because there's that part right away where, for people that don't know, quick thing, like dude's getting a blowjob in the car, and he runs over the most old, frail gypsy witch you've ever seen and kills her, and wouldn't you know it, her like father shows up and is older man, and he's way older than the lady you thought was the oldest person you'd ever seen. And dude gets off because he doesn't go to jail or anything, gets off innocent because he's connected with the courts. And then the ancient father like rubs his hands really weird on his face, and so he's just wasting away the whole movie. Yeah, that one's great. Stephen King. Go ahead.
The fat suit reminded me of this. This show that I do with Carl from Who Are These Podcasts. I think you guys had him on.
Yeah,
you know that guy. So we do this like every month on Patreon. It's pretty much become, we watch a fat woman's a different fat woman's fat positivity podcast and make fun of it. Like it started where we just watch podcasts, and then it's podcasts of like stupid stuff. But now women are all so fat and they still love talking about themselves. So now it's just not shitty podcasts. It's like shitty podcasts about fat women talking about being fat. Anyway, the last one we did was a fat woman talking about fat tropes in movies and how fat phobic they are. And, you know, they're just like the worst thing ever. And she's doing the fat suit from Friends, where Monica, do you guys remember that? Where Monica's fat? They would do those flashbacks where Monica was fat. And she plays a clip on her YouTube, and it's like fat Monica comes in, and I remembered it when I was a kid, but seeing it replayed, the fat suit is not even nearly as fat as these women that are in every single podcast we watch. Like it cuts back to the woman, and she's crying about the fat suit, and you can tell like she's taking up the whole frame of of her webcam where she's doing it, ranting about this. And I'm almost like, well, I mean, I don't know. It seems like I don't even think you are able to talk about this. This woman is so much skinnier than you. I don't see how you're offended if that's what people think that fat is.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And every single one of them.
So you're just watching big fat women talk. What are their core complaints? Is it that they feel sexy and beautiful and that they're not recognized as sexy and beautiful? Or is it stuff like wiping their ass is hard?
Wiping their ass never comes up, and I guarantee you it's the hardest part of the day.
100%. Or deciding what you want for lunch.
No, that's easy.
That's everything.
Yeah, whatever some of the stuff that comes up is like you can be fat phobic at work by watching them eat. That's come up a lot.
Eating around them.
Yeah, that's a big one. You saying that you don't want something because you're on a diet, that seems to be the biggest trigger for them. Like if you say like, I don't want a donut, I don't want to gain weight, or I'm getting too fat, or I already had one. So much so that she talks about going to work and like eating in her car because she doesn't want people to watch her eating her second lunch.
We can all see the end of the car. Like we know she's in it because it looks like it's taking a hard left at the Nuremberg.
Yeah, it's like a kid covering their eyes because they're hiding. Like everyone knows you're in your car. We can see you in there with both hands shoveling it in. Yeah. They're funny though, man. Pretty much everything pisses them off, obviously. You know,
so how do they feel? This is just a side topic, or the whole podcast is like, welcome to Fat and Fabulous, like episode 8, where I talk about how I had to pretend that I was throwing a party. And so I played. I had like a whole Kevin McAllister setup with cardboard people when I answered the door to bring all the pizzas in.
Order that many. Yeah,
coming along.
Yeah. But really, and then then I tripped over the wire and all the cardboard fell down. And he said, I know this is all for you, you fat bitch.
In one of them, this woman was talking about her horrible boss. She's like, I had the worst boss ever. And she's like breaking down because it's so traumatic. But she wrote down all of the mean things that her boss said to her. And it was like an Al Bundy writer's room. Like she was like, one time I was excited and I started clapping during a company meeting. And he goes, be careful, you might burn a calorie. And he's delivering this deadpan, traumatized. And she went through all this effort of writing down every horrible thing he said. And I'm like, no, there's no way somebody this funny just exists out there.
You might burn a calorie. That guy rules. That guy is so funny. Hey, before we get started, just going to do a tight five about these two whales. These two orcas that seem to have found our way. Did you sonar your way into the meeting room, lady?
I want to hear more about him so bad. Like, how did he think he could get away with it?
Seems like he did. Or are they saying like, and then I went to an even fatter woman in HR and he's been fired?
It sounds like that one guy was the impetus for her whole like fat phobia, curing fat phobia in the workplace consultancy that she runs or walks. Then they talk about they all have these. It's like listening to alcoholics justify why they're drinking, but like they never, they kind of get close to the very obvious ways they're fucked up, but they never connect the two. They never once. So it's like endlessly entertaining because they never will.
Financial help channels are similar. It'll be someone who makes $200,000 a year and they can't dig their way out of their hole.
Yeah.
Like, I just don't understand.
Yeah.
Like, stop spending money. She's like, well. And it's the same thing with fat people. It's like, I just don't know. I've been eating the granola and I've been drinking the jalapeno watermelon water. And I did that juice cleanse and just nothing comes up. Stop eating. Start it's just calories in, calories out. And anything more complicated than that is not necessary when you're 400 fucking pounds. You're not an athlete. Your fucking gut biome doesn't matter, you whale. It's mostly plankton. Stop eating, and start walking. It doesn't have to be complicated. Walk 20 minutes a day, eat 3 normal fucking meals, the size of your fucking palm. That's how big your meal should be, you whale. Especially for a girl, you'll end up back at 1,200 calories, which is what you should have been eating since you were a 15-year-old.
The last one that we watched together. Again, patreon.com/the Dick Show. You can get it there. The woman was midway through their podcast, which is 3 fat women sitting in the same frame. So similar to this show, except it's 3 of us in a row, and their bodies are so big, it's just like a head, and then it spreads out, and then it's like the next lady starts, and it's sloping back up, and then so it looks like 3 potatoes, like heads that you could put little potato head feet on. Anyway, we learned halfway through that one of them had bariatric surgery, so she beat
it. Yeah,
and she's still a behemoth. But she describes going through the surgery how she had to have this talk with everyone to not have any reaction at all. Any positive, not positive, it's not negative. She's not doing it for any kind of reason. And she doesn't want to be congratulated if her body changes, meaning if she loses weight, or if it doesn't change. It was like, do you guys watch Severance?
No.
No?
A little bit.
God damn it. That was the one TV show I thought I could talk to you guys about.
Sorry.
There's this scene where this woman, it's like this weird brainwashing thing where she goes, where she tells them facts about them and on the outside world, and they're not allowed to react to it. But it's like this, it's like a Scientology, like you're sitting there like, okay, and I don't want you to react this way or the other. There's no good reason to do this, bad reason to do this. There's no expectation to do this. I'm perfectly fine the way I am. I'm just getting bariatric surgery for no reason. That's what we're all going to...
They have to.
That's what we're all going to pretend.
Because if they lost some weight and you said, wow, you look so good, that would imply that they didn't look as good before. And we're all sassy and beautiful. So there is no, like, we're at the roof right now. So their whole...
looks maxing.
Their whole system crumbles if you admit that, like, losing 10 pounds is going to be a plus for them, because you'd be admitting that 10 pounds was a negative before they lost it. which it like always is. I've never seen one of those. Like I've seen some big women that were hot. I've seen some curvy women, some thick women. I ain't never seen a big old fat woman that looked good that where like a bikini bottom doesn't fit right anymore. It does that weird thing where it starts at her belly button and there's like a gap between it and her pussy. Like get out of here with that. You're a freak. You're a freak of fucking nature.
Get out of here.
We're not supposed to look like that. Like
can we get this show on as like a guest? Can we get them? Dude, if we want to see Woody go bananas, we get 3 big fat people here, and Woody will be like, just one quick question. When are you going to get it together?
Welcome to Hungry Hippos, episode 1.
My collegiate roommate, so I got thrown out of the dorms for throwing jelly. I've told that story 100 times. And when I came back, it wasn't planned out and all the good roommates were taken. So I just got an assigned roommate. And this dude was like 400 pounds. Oh. And he was really fat. He kept his side of the room pretty clean. But
did he stink?
No. And he didn't even eat a lot in front of me. Clearly he did, right? But if you lived with him, you wouldn't know why he was so fat. It's not like there were Hostess cupcakes stacked to the ceiling or anything. It was all done on the sly. And I had a lot of problems with him. Well, okay, there were 2 issues. He had problems with me because I fucked Jackie 10 times a week, and there was always a sock on the fucking doorknob when he wanted to come back to the room.
In the room when he came in. We should ask him about the smell.
So he didn't like that about me. But what I didn't like about him is he didn't pay his half of the phone bill. Ooh. So that was my big issue. And he couldn't get a job. He said he couldn't get a job because everybody's fat phobic. And I'm like, well, you got money for your gym membership that you're not using effectively. He's like, no, that's an investment, right? Once I lose weight, I'll be able to get a job. And then once I get a job, it'll all make sense. And at some point it was I don't know. He thought he could beat me up. Right. And I was like, bro, I work out 4 hours a day. And you can't walk up the stairs. Why do you think you would win this fight with me? And he's like, I'm a lot bigger than you are. And I'm like, this is not going to be good for you. But I had just gotten back into the dorms from being tossed out. I'm not looking for this trouble.
Yeah.
But I swear on my soul, I was not afraid of him. That's not what it was. And we weren't roommates the next semester. And he never paid his bill to me. And I'm glad I don't know him.
What a day!
Like a chain of fat guys. I'm not looking for trouble. Hey, there you are. Woody.
What are you saying?
You're a tough guy, huh? Well, that's me who come around here. I'm not looking for a fight. Like Wolverine.
Well, you found one. Some ogre. Yeah.
You think your thighs are pretty big, huh?
I've never had to deal with an annoying fat person, or at least a person who was annoying because they were fat. In fact, I usually find a fatness to add a jovial, lighthearted quality to the individual, because they've been picked on a little bit throughout life. They've been called a fatty before, and they got a good sense of humor because of it. So fat people are usually pretty decent people. Women aren't people though, so
that all makes
that one down.
Yeah.
This guy had no sense of accountability. That was at the core of everything he did. It wasn't his fault he was fat. It wasn't his fault he couldn't get a job. It wasn't his fault he had trouble with his grades. Nothing was his responsibility or his fault. He didn't cause any of these issues. He's just chronically unlucky. That was the core of everything about him.
My younger brother had a roommate. This was many, many years ago. And his roommate was also very, very heavy guy, big fat guy. And it was that same situation where my brother would be like, yeah, I don't see him eat really. When I see him eat, it's a normal thing, normal amount of food. And then there was something going on, some event, and my brother had to leave for a weekend. And I guess he got back earlier than his roommate realized. And he said he came in and it was a shocking amount of pizza boxes.
Oh.
He's like, it's been 3 days and there's this, he must have been ordering pizza 2 times a day at different times, maybe 3 times a day sometimes, just pizza boxes all over
he got
the place.
Caught gooning.
He got caught gooning. Yeah, he got caught mid fucking feast and was like, oh, Oh no.
That's not what you think.
I've been found out.
Have you
Remember when
guys seen the
Johnny,
whale?
remember when
I
Johnny
have
Sack
not.
comes
Haven't
back
seen it.
early and catches his wife with that box of Twixes and shit?
Yes.
What happened to the Weight Watchers? You were gonna quit smoking.
This isn't about me.
My blood sugar got low. You know what you've done?
Is that a real thing that happens to people? I feel like Taylor's gonna know this. Like if you have a really bad diet for a long time, do you have blood sugar issues that other people don't?
Yeah.
Oh, I would guess
You get
so. Like that's
hypoglycemia.
if you like are constantly, especially eating a bunch of high sugar, like processed foods, you're going to train your body to be like expecting this regularly. And then if you go a while without it, I think that's why people with diabetes type 2, they go 8 hours with no sugar or anything. They're like dead, not actually dead, but like they're beat, they're lethargic, they're not doing anything. Their whole body's just like, where's that influx of sugar that we're so used to?
Made too much
Like-
insulin and it ate all the sugar, so their energy levels drop out of nowhere, and you do get low. You get shaky and weak and like trembly, and you know it's bad. But that's easily solved by a solid diet after 3 or 4 weeks. Like genuinely, you'll change your metabolism in a month. Just eating, you know, fixing your blood sugar for sure in a month or two.
Yeah.
I know I did. We monitored it as we did it.
It seems to be one of the easier things to do, where it's like, oh, blood sugar issues. Well, you're going to have to eat things that aren't necessarily fun for the next month, and then we're going to get this worked out. Unless maybe you're like 400 pounds and like you're deep in the hole, then it'll take longer.
Losing weight,
Even
like-
then, I
like-
don't know.
Like losing weight when you're 400 must be so like easy. That first 100 pounds or so it is almost no effort. It honestly, like I've lost from like 230 or whatever, and I've lost from like 210 several times. And it's like, fuck, my body really doesn't want to give up these 10 pounds. It kind of thinks it needs them. But if you're 400, your body's like, take it. It's a fire sale. Everything must go. It would love to lose 10 or 20 pounds. It just liquefies that shit. When you're big, Taylor, is a lot of your eating big meals and poor meal choices, or do you night eat? Because I night eat.
For me, it's night eating, and I'd say mostly night eating, because even the big meals, like I love meat and protein. And so like, that's what I'm wolfing down. Like I'll have a ton of meat.
Yeah. I've
then,
never
like,
made a
night
good
eating-
food choice after 11 p.m.
Not once in my life, because like,
I'm not
my
like, I got a
go-to-
hanking for carrots right now.
I've never had a hankering for some baby carrots. I do. I'm an American. I buy my baby carrots, and then I replace my rotten, unopened baby carrots with my new baby carrots. And what I'm really paying for is the fantasy that there will be a night that I'll go, it's baby carrot night, but it's never come, never will. But
That'll
yeah, when
never be spring mix night over here.
and I'm like, I like sweets just fine. Like my grandma made a cake this past weekend. Had chocolate, double chocolate sheet cake. I only had one piece, and it wasn't even a big piece, so I was proud of myself for that. But what I do is I want salty snacks. It was very moist. I want chips. Potato chips are the ideal. Give me potato chips or pretzels. And I just would want, and it's not even that I'm getting a craving that I want to eat. It's just like boredom eating, where it's like, all right, I'm a little stoned, I'm playing video games, or I'm watching a movie, or I'm just hanging out here. I'm just going to munch a little bit. And before you know that, like what feels like to me, which I know isn't a reasonable pace of munching, is actually a tremendous amount of empty calories, and you're never going to get full on Lay's. And so you can just keep going until like your tongue hurts from the amount of salt.
I've gotten up in the middle of the night starving and eaten Ritz and cheese, and just standing in front of the refrigerator, just nibbling off of the block of cheese and then eating a Ritz cracker like a zombie, like half awake. Like I'm half awake and half asleep during this. I'm zombie eating Ritz crackers and cheese. And then the next day, there's this shameful block of cheese with a giant bite taken out of it. There's no way to hide what I've done.
Dude, I will do that in the middle of the night. I can't have these little Baby Bell cheeses in my house anymore. I just can't. I'll like wake up in the middle of the night to, get a glass of water or something. And suddenly it's like, well, oh, single serve. Look at it. It's covered in wax. It's good for me. And then it's like, but I'm, wax meaning it's fancy. And so like it's a fancy cheese for a fancy man. And I'll like quick unwrap 2 of those, eat those. The darkest days I had with nighttime eating was probably 5-6 years ago when like for a 3-month period, I put on like actual weight over like this 3-month period where I always had delicious creamy peanut butter in the house. And I was waking up in the middle of the night and like grabbing a water or something. Not every night, but enough nights to be damning. And I was just like eating a couple spoonfuls of every single night. Some big spoonfuls.
It's really good.
It's really, really good. And then like you like suck it
milk?
down and you're like, no, I didn't have any milk at the time. I wasn't Jolly Maxing. I guess I was unknowingly. But I was
Jolly Maxing is my favorite term.
Peanut butter and jelly is one of those things that you can turn PB&J from unhealthy to like a health food if you use the right jam and the right peanut butter powder.
Peanut butter powder.
Dick, what's your week?
My big problem is popcorn. Man,
what? Get the fuck out of here. My big problem is baby carrots. No one believes
popcorn
you.
are you eating?
Oh, you can load popcorn up
kind?
with shit, man. You can load it up with cheese powder and salt, and you can also make like what feels like, I don't know, an entire bean bag full of it. So like half the days I wake up with like this giant compressed mass of popcorn in my gut.
Yeah, well, it's nothing but fiber, and so it bloats you a little bit in your belly. But are you buying like the kind you get from the store in bags where it has like coconut oil on it already, or are you popping it home?
Bro,
butter.
I'm totally DIY. I'm doing mushroom kernels, the finest, biggest mushroom kernels, coconut oil, and then some fucking Bondugal Farms
can you
cheese
explain
powder.
mushroom kernels to me? Is that a brand?
It's a kind
mushroom
of
kernels is a species of kernel. It's the very biggest juice. My popcorns pop like the size of a plum. You gotta bite. You gotta bite through it. You never
Zach, pull up different kinds of popcorn.
Zach, show us a photograph of fictional fantasy popcorn.
No, he's right. I know exactly the style of pop you're talking about because I also have a popper.
A style of pop.
It does. It has a different look. Have you seen the ones that almost look, like the round ones that don't have all the stick out parts? It's like more like a cabbage almost.
No, mine's way bigger.
Large mushroom. That one down there. Yes.
Oh wow.
Well, I have not found.
Mine's like when they're showing like the size of stars and planets, and it goes like, here's Beetlejuice. And like, here's that mine's like that compared to this shit.
Orders of magnitude.
It's off to the side, and they have to rescale.
Yeah,
like that's
it's cool.
That popcorn looks like it would be the premier dessert popcorn. Whenever I go on,
it's a good pop. It's a good crunch.
When you go to like Pigeon Forge, they have one of those, and at the beach they do this too. They have all the dessert popcorns, so they just smother them. My favorite one was the Elvis popcorn. It was peanut butter and banana and bacon popcorn.
Oh,
do you know about this Jolly Mac? That's the Elvis sandwich. You don't know about this?
Oh, but that doesn't need to be applied.
That man knew how to Jolly Max.
Respect.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, but I mean, banana on popcorn is fucking atrocious. I wouldn't want that ever. That sounds like a horrible combo.
I do want it in that sandwich, though. He would hollow out a whole loaf of bread to create the sandwich. I think it had a pound of bacon in it.
And that's one of the most empathizable things about him.
Yeah.
Just hollowing out coring out a whole loaf of bread, and then also being like, well, not going to let this go to waste. You eat the bread more afterward. So how much popcorn or coconut oil are you putting on the popcorn for it to be a snacking issue? Because it seems like you'd need to be adding a lot because it's so like popcorn's the best low calorie thing if you don't add butter or oil and you just salt it.
Oh yeah, I add a lot of butter and oil and the white cheddar powder. That's really my problem. I'll go through a whole like a Folgers coffee can worth of that in like, I don't know.
That stuff's really good.
It's really good.
It is pretty good. I love popcorn. It's an underrated snack. Not enough people make their own at home in a popper. It's better because you can add whatever flavors you want.
You do the air popper, you do the oil fryer type popper. How you popping it?
I can't bring an oil fryer into my home. When I bought the air popper, literally a day before I bought my air popper, I had in my cart on Amazon an old school theater style rolling cart. And I was like $200, I'm a fool not to get this. And then I removed that from the cart. I'm like, this is the road you need to trek down, and I got the air popper instead.
I've been to people's houses that have those. It's always such a nice little thing.
No
you
shit.
Get fresh popcorn. The whole place
oil in
like,
there. It's delicious.
The whole place smells like a movie theater. You put it in your movie room. Oh,
my wife wanted to get one of those
want
for our wedding, or she suggested it because we were getting like a bunch of crap, like a caricature artist and stuff for the wedding. And she's like, "Oh, how about this? The guys that are bringing the photo booth, also you can get a popcorn thing." So I threw that in, and I said, "No, cancel it." Call him back and immediately cancel, tell him not to bring the popcorn thing. And she's like, why? And I said, I don't want to spend that extra money for the popcorn. But the real reason is because I knew if there was one of those popcorn machines at the wedding, I would just be fucking housing popcorn all night and always over there. And even worse, just always thinking about popcorn while I'm trying to talk to all these people.
That's
how
good.
bad I am.
It's got that special grease, the special oil on it. That's so tasty. And it's the oil. The popcorn is but a delivery vehicle for the oil and the cheese or powder or whatever you got. And I love it. And popcorn's sinister in that way because the popcorn itself is like, I'm no criminal. I'm here to help. I'm here to fill you up with low calories. But the sinister carry-ons. Usually when I make it in my air popper, I found out over trial and error that popcorn is like saltophobic, like that sand you can put in water and it stays dry. Yeah, you can't get salt to even popcorn salt, which I have a container of, unless you put oil on it. You just have a bowl with a pile of salt at the end that you have to take the last kernels and dip in the salt.
So what I do is you take the can of Pam and you just go. You let a can of Pam like whisper at your popcorn, and then you hit it with that powdered cheese. And then it all sticks to it. That powdered cheese stuff is like no calorie, and it's delicious.
That's true. It's like just flavored salt. They have that in the popcorn section in my grocery store. It's got that. His name's like not Colonel Sanders, Colonel Corn or something, and he's got like
I know that little fucker.
Yeah, he's got a train conductor hat on. And I bought the butter salt kind once.
Colonel Angus,
like, this seems like the Colonel Angus, Colonel Angus. His name. And I tried the butter style one because I was like, man, if this tastes like butter, we're in business, boys. Nothing. I threw that bowl away. Don't ever buy the butter flavored Colonel whatever's salt.
Have you seen that Saturday Night Live bit with Colonel Angus?
Yeah.
No.
It's
I haven't seen like any SNL.
It's like it's Civil War, and they're all sitting on the porch, and Colonel Angus is coming to visit, and he's like, "Oh, I love Colonel Angus. Hadn't seen him in a coon's age. Yep, he's coming up by Big Beaver way." And then the husband comes out on the porch. Oh, always struck me the wrong way. Never cared for Colonel Angus. And someone goes, "It is an acquired taste." And it keeps going on and on. And the guy playing Colonel Angus is what is that guy's name? Christopher Walken. Yeah. He's Colonel Angus. He shows up with his Confederate.
Now that seems like a really funny bit.
Hilarious.
Good for SNL, knocking it out of the park in 1981.
That was 20 years ago.
Yeah,
that was 25, 30 years ago. That was Will Ferrell times and Rachel. That was Rachel Dratch in that skit. Yeah, it's great.
My whole adult life.
That's the name of my War of Rights character. He's Colonel Angus.
Colonel Angus. War of Rights. Nobody on there gets it.
War of Rights. No, of course not. The War of Rights is a Civil War game. You get to play as the South fighting the good fight, killing them Yanks. It's awesome. Everybody role plays, and they're very racist. It's real fun.
Well, it's part of the role play.
Have you guys ever done any war role playing?
They do that down here.
No, never tried it.
No?
We played in paintball scenario games, and down here in the South, they do Civil War reenactments. So you can drive by and see them all dressed up, shooting their fake guns at each other.
That'd be kind of
cool. How is the South doing Civil War reenactments? But the South loses. So are they like? How do they have fun reenacting their embarrassments?
They lose every battle.
They won most of the battles, so they probably reenact one of the battles they won. I know it's also just about heritage a little bit. It's about their ancestors that fought and died. You know, there's a group called the Sons of Confederate Veterans. They're pretty big down here. There's a Daughters of Confederate Veterans too. They would come to our high school and put on a show for everyone occasionally. We would all assemble for it.
Was it a good show, or was it like those fucking people are going to sing that awful song again?
It was like antebellum propaganda. It was, they marched out there with their flags and their great uniforms, and it was absurd.
Did you ever have the Bible Warriors, the Power Warriors come?
Yes, the Power Team.
Yes.
For Jesus.
Yeah, I saw the Power Team when I was maybe 15 or so, and one of my friends was old enough to drive, and he was like, we were at lunch that day at school in high school, and he's like, guys, I want you to come with me to our church event this Wednesday, tonight, because the Christ Power Squad is in town, and he's gonna lift a crazy heavy crucifix and tear phone books and squeeze a bowling ball so hard it breaks, all sorts of crazy things. And we were all like, I'm in. Let's go see the strength show. And so we went and did that. And as they finished the last feat of strength, it's obviously they bait and switch you. And so I'm 15 with my 15, 16-year-old buddies, and we watched them. And the strength show, fantastic. These guys are strong as shit. They lift unbelievably heavy stuff. They break things. This dude didn't just do a phone book rip. It was because I guess with the right technique, you don't even have to be super strong to do that. You can just hit it the right way. He did it rapid fire, multiple phone books. And then as he ended the strength thing, he's like, and now we're gonna do a bit of a devotional here, a bit of a teaching moment. And me and my friends were getting up to leave, and he's like, and I'd ask that anyone who came here, it'd be disrespectful. You watched us perform. We trained for this. We worked hard for this. The least you could do to not be shameful is stay and listen to what we have to say. And so then when we had to stay seated because there were these giant men telling us we couldn't leave. Yeah, that was fun. I would do it again.
I don't know what this image has to do with all that, but I also saw the Power Team. They came to our church, and I was blown away. I was 7, maybe 8, and I swear to God, they signed one of the blocks they broke with their bare hands, and 7-year-old me kept it in his closet my entire life. That brick was in my closet 4 or 5 years ago when I was in there moving my old high school diploma and my all my old.
They were awesome.
They were pretty cool.
I still had that, and I was like, "What the fuck?" I kept this for 30 fucking years.
Yes.
One of these jabronis showed up at my church, and the cool thing, and honestly, most of the feats of strength can be like Jimmy, the phone book. I can do that. You just have to know how to do it. Bending the bars, you know how that works. The bat thing, if those are real bats, super impressive. But the most impressive thing is the water bottle. Water bottles aren't in culture anymore, so people don't even know what they are. It is the most difficult to inflate thing you can imagine, and then blowing it up with your lungs like that always just really impressed me. Tearing a license plate, again, not impressed. If that's been started just a little. I feel like he's been bending it over there. Or
I thought the bat thing was going to be easy. I'm not saying I can do it or I have done it. It just seems like I've seen so many baseball players break a bat in frustration. Now, they're professional athletes, but they make it look easy.
The baseball players and hockey players, when they're breaking their bats and sticks, they put it on the front of their knee, which at least and then you pull towards you. And you can break it that way easier. What I remember is they were doing multiple bats, and they were pushing it straight down on top of their the meat of their thigh, which feels really uncomfortable to do that.
Breaking a wooden bat is very hard. I've seen. I remember fucking Bo Jackson broke one on his head. He put the middle of it on the top of his head and pulled down and broke the bat over his head. Not slamming it. Baseball helmet. He's wearing his baseball helmet, and he put the bat on top and pulled down with his hands and just broke it over his head.
Pretty impressive.
a couple months ago on Biggest Problem on that show I do with Vito. Somehow, I don't know how it happened, but they were bullying me into ripping this Quran in half.
I don't know why, but they were bullying me to rip a Quran in half.
Well, I don't know why it ended up in the studio, but then it like happened organically, where everyone's bullying me into ripping this Quran in half, saying that I was a pussy, that I can't do it, and so I agreed to it. And the whole time I was remembering in middle school when I saw the Power Team and they ripped the phone book, and I was like, all right, if the Power Team could do it, then I could do it for Jesus. And it really inspired me. Like the whole time I was doing it, I almost broke my goddamn hands. Even knowing the tricks, it's harder than even knowing the stupid like way that they kind of jimmy it. It's still extremely hard to do.
It's like it's more about breaking it in half than it is about tearing just straight down. If I remember, because I ripped a book in half a long time ago, and that was
you
what
ripped
I saw
the Quran as well.
No, it was a bigger book than that.
Oh, impressive.
The Quran, you just held up the Quran.
Yeah,
that's like what, a third of maybe half of, or actually it's kind of splayed out now. Like page totals, what's that looking like in comparison to a Bible? I bet a Bible.
Oh, it's the same. Well,
page total?
No, it might be a little.
Smaller.
It might be a little shorter because the Bible's got those little wispy, those little pussy-sized pages, doesn't it? Like,
yeah.
I remember a friend of mine like rolled a blunt on one of those in high school, and I was like, "The fuck, man!" Like, there's paper around.
Were
like,
you concerned you wouldn't get into hell?
I was concerned that was just tactless. First of all,
you're
smoking ink, you retard. Get the page from the back that says notes at the top and anything.
I'm gonna find the page where the burning bush reveals itself to Moses. I'm gonna smoke that fucking page. That's gonna open our minds up to some wild shit. God's gonna curse us doubly now. I know that Snoop Dogg, that's one of his regrets. He always talks about there was somewhere and he rolled one up on some Bible paper, and he's like, I still feel bad about that shit.
Just to be safe. Don't do
are you at all worried that a radical might take some revenge out upon you, Dick, with your Power Team antics?
Nah, they know that I hate women. I'm cool with the Muslim.
Oh, okay.
Oh, right.
I've done a lot for them, and they're cool with a couple bits of, I'm a rough guy all around with all religions, so they let it slide. They sent me an email.
You're an equal opportunity hater, so you'll throw it at Christianity or Judaism or Hinduism as much as the Muslims.
Yeah, they hear what I'm saying about Israel, and they're like, "That he's all right. He can do that kind of thing."
You're not pro-Israel on this, not on Team Israel.
The Israeli government, no. Insofar as like the Israeli government's an extension of our government, or maybe a superset of our government, I do not like them. Israelis are great. I don't know how. I love Israelis. I've been to music festivals in Israel.
Not that one, I hope.
Well, that's cool.
No, because I would have ended it. If I was at that one, I would have killed all the terrorists and raped
Mark Wahlberg.
Like Mark Wahlberg.
Even worse.
You would have found a Vietnamese guy there and pummeled him.
That's my favorite bit, that 9/11 happens and Mark Wahlberg is so caught up hate criming a Vietnamese man that they can't stop Al Qaeda from taking the plane.
You were where Mark Wahlberg beat a Vietnamese man. I think he's blind.
Well, he is now.
Yeah.
Mark Wahlberg hate crimed an Asian man while shouting like racial epithets or whatever.
He beat him so bad the guy lost his eyesight, I think. Is that right? Does anyone?
Hurling racial epitaphs. Here lies a dirty chink. Epitaph.
What's the other thing I confuse? It's this thing right here at the bottom of your nose. I call it
frenulum.
Frenulum. What did I call it? I called it the thing. I called it a
maybe.
It is a filtrum, but I've been calling it a frenulum. Frenulum is the thing at the bottom of your cock, right?
Perineum is the gooch.
That's your. Yeah. But the
frenulum is like, if you think about an erect dick, it would be facing away from you, right near just sort of next to the urethra almost.
I can't picture an erect penis, Woody, so joke's on you.
Okay, father to be.
Yeah, well, he can fix it enough for the both of you. So there you go.
You guys got tricked into being gay, not me. Audience too, probably all picturing huge throbbing cocks. Because your audience is all gay, but I didn't. I was thinking about
Be a
Big Bird.
bit. Well, once a
Oh.
show, I imagine a penis.
Wahlberg made
Everybody, let's all
several-
gather around and take the next 4 to 6 minutes and imagine.
This is
You
great.
see, that's
Wahl-
another thing. You're not gay. That's going to win the Muslims over when they see you rip the Quran. They're going to be like, well, he did that to the book, didn't like it, but he didn't draw our guy. And he
Oh, I
doesn't
did
like
draw
the
the I
Blazing
did draw
Lady.
the guy a bunch on that on maybe that same episode.
Did you
What
show
does he
the
look
picture?
like?
I'll draw him right now.
That's
He's
okay.
just
That's all right. It's
I mean,
all
I
right.
imagine you would. I imagine it's the kind of drawing that you could only get in trouble for after you label it, because otherwise it's like this is just a dude in the Middle East. That could be anyone. That could be
No, it's
anyone's
Muhammad that
guy.
I was drawing.
That's
Yeah,
what
I
I'm
get-
saying. But like, you could finish the whole drawing of a guy dressed like that and show it to someone and be like, "What do you think of my drawing of an Arab guy?" They'd be like, "It's not
Yeah.
great. You know, needs work." But then if you drew Muhammad arrow point,
I
They'd
think
be
the
like,
title
"The
that I
fuck?"
gave it was probably more offensive than the drawing. It was just a stick guy pumping a little smaller stick guy in the ass in the backside. And the title
Clean it
was
up.
quite long though.
so you got
What,
quite a,
what would
It's
it
a
have been? Like hypothetically.
Hypothetically, what was the title?
Yes.
I think it was like the Prophet Muhammad fucks his new bride, Aisha, in the ass on their wedding night, / her 9th birthday or something like that.
See, I wouldn't have gone that way. I would have made it a goat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
that's
would've-
the obvious one.
would they be how
While
would they
thinking
be,
about erect cocks, I think that was part of it too. It was a long
the end of it.
title
well, good lord. Do you think it's
because
just
you
a
could
hard
see on his
fast
face that he was
rule?
thinking about penises.
Mm,
You can see that you
you're
drew
quite
that
the
in.
artist.
Yeah, you're
Yeah, I gave him like a
very
little,
A
expressive.
thought bubble.
yeah, like this.
What if I drew him at like a? Oh, that is a
You
well.
can
That's
tell.
more of a musing face.
Yeah, you could tell.
If I drew him like having fun on a roller coaster, they would be equally mad at that, or they would be more mad at you than me. Like if I drew him and he's like eating cotton candy at the fair, nothing to do with any other stuff.
I don't think they're going to care.
Oh
for that.
yeah.
They don't care. They're
I
mad
don't-
about
no,
any
they-
of it.
No, they're going to be upset about that one. I saw a guy try to burn a Quran in the street, and the dude, he happened to have one of those curvy Persian knives.
A little scimitar action. Yeah.
It had like a short
Indiana
one.
Jones?
Like
Is that a
like-
cravat? Cravat? What is it
And
called?
so he like came after the guy
thought it was
swinging
a
it
scimitar.
wildly in the streets. I think it was in the UK, but I'm not sure.
He made it seem
my
like it was
favorite
almost
Muslim
knife
country.
size.
The front blade one is a karambit.
Maybe that's
Yeah,
what I'm
but-
looking for.
I don't think they used those, but I have no idea. Damn. So have you gotten any pushback from your art escapades, or nobody gives a fuck?
No, because they know I'm just joking, kidding around. You know,
They do.
yes.
Yeah, that's when
I
they
do that
like
thing where I pretend to be an imam and talk about Pokemon for $50 too. They get it.
pretend to
they're
be an
fun
imam. What would an imam have to say about Pokemon?
Well, I always start talking about like normal stuff, but then I'll just talk about whatever Pokemon news is in the day, or the news, or the guys like if it's haram or not for those guys to camp out at the vending machine. And usually usually my favorite Pokemon, stuff like that.
Okay.
like Charmander, Squirtle, Charmander, Bulbasaur. Halal, good Pokemon for halal. Then Pikachu come. A bit forced, a bit haram, but understand because it's from cartoon. Then now Pokemon, total haram. They have a little leaf. Pokemon, fireman look like a monkey. These are not for halal, these Pokemon. Stuff like that. Stupid stuff.
It sounds like he's got his head on straight, because he's all about the original three. He sees
Yeah.
Pikachu as shoehorned in, and then he
Yeah.
also decries that monkey with the fire tail who's worse than Charmander in every way.
Yeah,
And then
sucks. Not it's ripoff of Charmander. It's Pokemon like a women. 3, 4 wife. This is good. 5, 6, 7 wife. What are you, Mormon? This is bad. Bad stuff.
So wait, Pikachu's not the original? He's not like the
No.
core of the Pokemon universe?
No, they threw him in after the cartoon. Do you want me to do it in that voice? They threw Pikachu in after cartoon. Cartoons are successful. They bring in more to Allah, just like we bring into Allah with teachings of Quran. They bring to buy video game with Pikachu.
Nintendo Corporation mislead us to believe Charmander, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, most important, Type 3. We all play this game with this understanding.
Uh-huh.
They release the show and it is a lie. Pikachu, a Pokemon that you can only find in those games in Vermilion Forest early on by tooling around in the grass. Now he is the main character. What does it tell us? That often the world is not as it seems.
See, it's fun.
This is fun, the character. I can't do the voice very well, but I'll figure it out.
Yours is great.
Is there a Jewish Pokemon?
Yes, well, my favorite would be Meowth because he has an attack called Payday that creates money. A largely useless Pokemon, but that was.
I don't like that drowsy Pokemon very much.
I don't like drowsy. He has a big nose, and it
Reminds me of my mother-in-law.
Yeah, that would be the Jewish stereotype Pokemon, Meowth. It's a barely different from a cat, with just a coin on its head.
Oh,
and I remember playing the game. It was the one that could talk that was hanging out with Jesse and James, Team Rocket. And he in the games has an attack called Payday where he like hits the other Pokemon and then coins come out. And so if you use that attack at the end of the match between you and the other trainer, it'll say, you know, Schoolboy Jack was defeated by Pokemon trainer Kyle. And then the next text comes up and it goes, Kyle collected $37.
Oh.
And so you just find money on the ground when you use Payday. It's never that big of a sum.
So first he throws money at people and then he picks it up off the ground.
No, he's not throwing money. Somehow this Pokemon is creating wealth.
Mm-hmm.
Like you get more money at the end of fights you use Payday than beforehand.
He beats the money out of them.
And his
This doesn't
evolution
sound like a Jew. This sounds more like a...
This sounds a little, if he's beating it out of him, it sounds a little Italian. Yeah,
Yeah.
could be. I don't know who all the racial Pokemon would be.
There's another Pokemon that just steals the humanitarian aid and then kills kids. That might be more of a...
Yeah, that's Meowth. That's Meowth.
That seems like a bad dude.
Genocidomon is his name.
Is he a Team Rocket affiliate? Sounds like.
Yeah. Hey, are you guys... Is anybody near Boston? Any of you guys?
Not really.
No, not even close.
So I'm doing a live show. You are, Zach. You should come. I'm doing a live show with Carl from Who Are These Podcasts on June 21st. It's probably, I say it's going to be my last live show for a while because my baby's being born in July. But everyone's telling me I'm going to want an excuse to get out of the house. But either way, I haven't done a live show in a while, and the ones with Carl are always a lot of fun. He pulls in a ton of clips. If you like Stuttering John, or if you're following the Nick Rekieta stuff with Aaron Imholt.
How did you book it?
He's a cool guy.
Like,
What's that?
You just call a facility. Is it like at a comedy club? Is it?
It's at a Woody. You're gonna love this. It's at a winery. So
really,
if you want to buy tickets to our show at live.dick.show early, you can get them today if you're a member of their wine club, which I don't recommend being, but they're on sale tomorrow.
So why did you pick a winery? Like, how did that come
well,
about?
Venues don't really like hosting me. So Carl has a relationship with this promoter, and they have a relationship with this chain wine restaurant. That's how we got this one.
Is it hard to get a vendor to host a podcast?
Sometimes it's hard, depending on the city. It's hard to get a bar to host us. Like, I've rented warehouses and just done everything myself, which is a huge pain in the ass to get bartender, license, temporary license, insurance, stage, sound system, chairs. Huge pain in the ass. No chance that you'll get canceled though. Versus paying some bar like $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, whatever, just to rent their place for the night. The risk there is sometimes some asshole will call them up and tell them that they're hosting a neo-Nazi rally, and you'll get canceled like 2 weeks before your event, which really fucking sucks. But
that's pretty gay.
Yeah.
If you do another one
So how do you keep that a
afterward,
secret
I'd be down to go. The 20 the day I go on a family trip is the 21st of June, so I can't make it to your fun event or Harley beating the shit out of that scoundrel at the Creator Clash, which I think is happening at the same time because they're both.
You guys should do a live show.
I was asking
that
you
could be
about
fun.
What would be your what venue would you put us in? Like if you were coaching us, what would you say we should do?
You could something like the Varsity. That's a venue I could see you guys doing, or even I don't. If you want to go small and make it like a trial run and do something more intimate, you could get a little black box theater and have everybody bring their own beer, so you don't have to worry about any of that shit. That would be cool. Or you just go to a brewery, like find a brewery.
What about a comedy club? Is that a bad idea?
I bet that's expensive.
It seems like it's the right size, like it's seating.
It is the right size, but it's going to be tough because they book their acts way in advance usually. But you might be able to find a comedy theater that has a slow night somewhere, or even has 2 or 3 theaters in their place that they'll rent one to you.
Would you try to put us in my idea, maybe there's a lack of confidence, but I'm like, I'd like to be in a big city with a venue that's not too big. Right? A venue that has like, I'm making it up, 50 to 75 seats in Atlanta or Philly or like something. I think we can pull those people if we're in a venue. If I were to do 75 seats in Omaha, then that's too far away for people to travel to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you could easily do 100 people in Atlanta.
But is that a thing that we could make happen, or is it too hard?
No, that's easy. Just find there's a ton, because bars have, music, so they usually have all that stuff set up. Find like a comedian at that level and just look at their tour dates and see where they're playing. And you could probably call them or arrange it with them. Not the comedian, the venue. You call the venue.
How many of these you've done a ton of live shows, haven't you?
Yeah, probably like 12. Not that many, but
that's a good bit. So are you just doing the show up there, like just riffing and
usually I have like a slideshow that I go to the city and then take pictures of stuff and fat people and then put it in a PowerPoint and just make fun of it.
You just bully the city and be like, get a load of this fat idiot.
Yeah, basically.
Get a load of this fat idiot that wants nothing to do with me, doesn't know who I am, but he had both hands full of burgers walking out of, he had 2 pockets full of burgers. Nugget in his mouth, and
or I'll take pictures of homeless. What I love doing is going city to city and comparing the homeless. Like Atlanta has very industrious homeless. Their little homeless communities are way better than ours.
They're kind of like hobbits.
Yeah, they are kind of like hobbits. Like you go to LA and you look at stuff that they have, like, and you think that's not how that thing's supposed to be. Your chair's upside down, like you didn't even fucking put that together. But in Atlanta, it's like all put together like a homeless Lego set.
Oh, you gotta do a peek around St. Louis that are homeless.
I would love to see the St. Louis homeless.
They're unbelievably aggressive.
Yeah,
they are like a fox in a hen house, and they've been in charge for living memory. Like that's their attitude, is like you are encroaching on them by walking on their area. Like aggressive, mad.
I fucking hate the homeless so much now. I used to want to help them, and now I just want to fucking drive them into the ocean with a giant excavator, this size of the earth.
Just push them on.
Like something from Warhammer 40K. Just
dude, Reagan
sue me, put me in prison. I don't give a fuck. I'm sick of these guys.
You're that guy in the armored bulldozer, just shoving whole encampments. Yeah,
Killdozer. Fucking extended version.
It's easy to be, I don't know, moral and kind about a problem that's distant from you, but when you live it every day, you evolve from like where I am to where Dick is, because I've lived in bad places every day, and it's like, oh, those motherfuckers. I don't care if they live or die.
Yeah, you get
lighting shit on fire in LA. Like that should be a fucking death sentence, bro. Do you realize where the trees explode here? Are you kidding me?
Oh, right.
Yeah, you have some Australian dude swindled you guys 200 years ago. He's like, yeah, eucalyptus trees, they don't explode.
Yeah, we had the last fire. We had like, I don't know, $2 trillion of real estate burned down. Like, okay, well, if you see any homeless starting fires, fucking shoot them.
I have to imagine they included the land valuations. Like, this is the $50 million home. Yeah, but you could rebuild it for one.
Yeah.
I don't know how that works. All right, I think that's a good stopping point. Dick, where can everyone find all your wonderful content, and where can they go to your live show?
Patreon.com/The Dick Show. I really need money. My son really needs your money, so please go there and give me some money. Biggest problem on YouTube, we do every Friday. And then live.dick.show. Come out, say hi if you're in Boston. Throw tomatoes at Carl. You have fun.
Nice.
Very cool. Check
Thanks,
them out.
guys.
PKA 749.